After the Holy Shield restarted, the sky above Wanghai was covered with a faint orange glow. The sunlight shined through the graviton barrier down to the land and stretched infinitely in the slowly moving radioactive dust. From a distance, it looked like an immortal ray of holy and sacred light. From the north to the south, the entire Wanghai was shrouded in the Holy Shield, isolated from the wasteland. Occasionally, mutants or predators would wander into the area and fight against NAC patrols, but since the Holy Shield activated, all the unruly people sighed in front of this unbreakable shield. In the four directions of south, east, north, and west, the NAC only left about 120 small and large entrances and exits. Each entrance was built with a guard post, and they were all guarded by the 1st Division led by Cheng Weiguo. Wanghai, guarded by the Holy Shield, seemed to become the safest place on Pan-Asia land. With the continuous influx of immigrants, the population of NAC continued to grow. In order to meet the demand for living space, the 6th Street had pushed down the east wall with the consideration of expanding to the city center. Immigration not only brought labor but also poverty and crime. In order to digest these surplus labors and solve the problems caused by immigration, NAC used a rather simple and crude method: army expansion. The move was much in line with the style of the military government. All foreign survivors who wished to obtain NAC household registration had to either pay a settlement fee of 1,000 credits or serve in the NAC army for at least 3 years. As soon as this policy came out, more than 50,000 survivors were enlisted into the army in just 1 month. Some of the recruits started in military training while other recruits were incorporated into the logistics system and sent to NAC's factories in other areas for production. Exhaust all resources to build up one's military power would lead to an economic recession, but this did not apply to the apocalypse. The scarce amount of resources meant that it was difficult to scale industries. The highly automated science meant that the demand for manpower was extremely low. Therefore, the 6th Street could provide survivors with a very limited number of jobs. What's more, the wasteland economy itself was based on the word violence. Whether it was scavengers or hunters or mercenaries protecting a trade route, everyone was equipped with weapons. The only real commodity that did not lack customers was not canned meat or instant noodles, but the shining bullets. Jiang Chen was more willing to refer to this military expansion as a wasteland version of government stimulus. To put it bluntly, instead of letting these bored survivors wander around and do nothing, it was better to put them together for centralized management and pay them a salary. Even if they just practiced marching in the barracks, it was better than letting them return to their old professions, killing people and causing havoc. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't let these people really sit around. Among the recruits, many of them were lone travelers with good marksmanship. Without actual skills, it was impossible to survive the perilous wasteland to arrive at the far Wanghai. Jiang Chen simply organized them into 10 hunter corps and sent them to the inland areas west of Hongqing to hunt for mutant furs and crystals. On the 5th day after the celebration, the escorting warship returned from North America and docked at the port on the outskirts of Wanghai. In order to rush back to participate in the celebration, the warship was sailing at full speed for almost a whole week. When the anchor dropped, the sailors on the ship eagerly jumped down. But when they learned the celebration was over, everyone looked disappointed. Fortunately, everyone received beer, pork, and credits distributed by the military government, and they were compensated for the hard work of risking their lives on the high sea. After they received their salary and benefits, most of the sailors on the ship went to the 6th Street to relax on this not-so-long vacation. As for the captain of this warship, he was summoned to the general mansion at the Fishbone base. Jiang Chen had a lot to ask about the situation in the North American colony. We sent the cargo ship to the west coast of North America and then began our return. Based on our past experience, as long as the cargo ship passed through the waters near Alaska, there was basically no danger. Even if there was, most of them were just small predator boats. The heavy machine guns on the cargo ship were more than enough to deal with several predators. After entering the waters near North America, we encountered electromagnetic turbulence. Communication over 30 nautical miles was practically lost, but electromagnetic turbulence also has its advantages. Those deep-sea mutant species that are extremely sensitive to electromagnetic waves will experience electromagnetic turbulence. Most of them will be lurking in waters below 500 meters. Even if we turn our sonar off, our ship can be unimpeded. On the other side of the desk, Captain Wang Haitao briefed Jiang Chen on the details of the mission. "Okay, I see." Jiang Chen looked at Han Junhua next to him for a second, then focused his attention back on Wang Haitao, who was standing upright. He smiled and asked, "The last question has nothing to do with this voyage. After you have spent so long on the sea, have you encountered any interesting mutant species?" "Interesting? It depends on how you define interesting." After he processed the information, the captain replied with a smile, "Once we sailed on the Golden Waterway west of Cape Wales, we accidentally entered waters that were gleaming. We tried to cast a net into the sea, but we got a bunch of fluorescent clownfish with severe radiation levels. There are still a few that I've kept in my captain's room. Another time we were near Vancouver, and we saw a giant shark as large as half a warship and with teeth as long as 2 people. It directly bit off a giant whale twice the size of the Bohai aircraft carrier from the middle. The blood that gushed out colored the entire area red. I felt extremely lucky because I had turned on the sonar. Okay, awesome. From now on, you can enjoy your vacation." Jiang Chen stood up, walked around the desk, and extended his right hand, "But if I were you, I would rest well. There will be tasks waiting for you soon." Wang Haitao was flattered as he shook the general's hand, then he stood upright in excitement and said with certainty and decisiveness, "Guaranteed to complete the mission." Jiang Chen patted him on the shoulder, affirmed his past work, and then signaled that he could leave. After Jiang Chen watched the captain leave, he sat down again, looked at the voice recorder on the corner of the table, and fell into deep thought. The North American colony may be in trouble. Han Junhua was the first to break the silence. A total of 500 soldiers are stationed in the colony, including 450 K1 kinetic skeletons, and 50 T3 power armors. If it's something that these weapons can't deal with, then it's not a small problem. "You were a Pan-Asia Cooperation officer," Jiang Chen looked to Han Junhua. "Apart from the electromagnetic turbulence phenomenon, what else? I mean, are there any weapons or other things that can artificially block long-distance communication?" "There are many methods. All-channel jamming radar base stations, wide-range electromagnetic wave shielding devices. These 2 methods are the main communication shielding methods for Pan-Asia cooperation. They can easily turn a city or even a province into a blackout zone in the radio network," Han Junhua explained. Jiang Chen's finger tapped repeatedly on the table, then he said while still in deep thoughts, "In other words, there is still the possibility of human interference." "I think so too." Han Junhua nodded. "Send ground troops," Jiang Chen ordered after he contemplated a bit more. "When our armored troops land on North America, all problems will be solved. Before sending ground troops, we need to understand what is going on in North America." Han Junhua cautiously proposed with her arms crossed in front of her chest, "I suggest delegating this work to Beluga Station. Since their submarine can arrive in North America in the shortest time, they can send us first-hand information." Jiang Chen interrupted Han Junhua, shook his head, and said, "We don't need to bother the Beluga Station, we can send a reconnaissance force there. It's too slow. By taking a detour from the Bering Strait, we will have to wait more than a week for our reconnaissance force to reach California." Han Junhua objected. "It won't take that long." Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a confident smile appeared. He raised one finger on his right hand. "Our scouts can reach North America from Shanghai in an hour tops." Han Junhua looked at Jiang Chen. There was a rare surprise that rippled through the pupils that were as calm as the lake. After she was certain that Jiang Chen was not joking, she immediately asked, "What are you going to do?" Jiang Chen smiled. "You'll find out in 2 days." Inside the 6th Street inner circle, in the near street restaurant. Although it was the property of the Zhao Group, there were rumors that the general himself had a lot of shares in it. Because the restaurant was in the most prosperous area of 6th Street, and it always received the freshest ingredients, this restaurant had naturally become the darling of the upper class. Even survivors in the far south had occasionally heard of its good name. In this era where even humans were more or less mutated, NAC somehow obtained unmutated prawns and started aquaculture in the radiation-free Garden of Eden. This type of crystal-clear river prawn was delicious, and it immediately became sought after by the upper class once it was made available, and even became a topic of discussion with the 6th Street. But now, a giant plate of the expensive river prawns was placed on the table, sprinkled with chili oil, garlic, and spices, and the attractive fragrance could be smelt from far away. From this dish alone, it was easy to tell the extraordinary status of these diners. They were key members of the NAC military government system, capitalists from the 6th Street or the Hangzhou Merchants Association, or the leaders of the chambers of commerce and merchant traders from other regions. But these people were obviously very low-key and dined in a private suite. If they were the new rich from the different colonies or from the south, they would definitely choose the most conspicuous spot of the restaurant to ensure everyone in the restaurant noticed their lavishness. Congratulations to Captain Jiang for your promotion. Congratulations. Congratulations. Remember to bring back some souvenirs from North America. Right. I heard that the mud crab roe there are white, just like the breasts of the blondes there. No blondes, okay? Don't be so vulgar. Remember that General told us last time? You need to be more educated and civilized. Can't you just say as white as milk, burp, Captain, who do you think is more educated? The suite was full of joy and chatter. A few burly men sat around the table, grinning and joking, as they took turns toasting the boss who was sitting at the top of the table. Although their tone was respectful, there was a hint of teasing and joking mixed in. These jokers were no one else but the guards under Jiang Chen's command. The former Captain Lu Fan was promoted to the head of the 4th Division and was now stationed in Shangjing, guarding the northern border of the NAC. The current captain was the former Deputy Captain Jiang Shanhe. The NAC had just gone through a round of army expansion, and there were rumors about the establishment of the 5th Division. Based on NAC's usual tradition, the most likely division commander would come from the general's guards. It was originally something to be happy about, but at this moment, Captain Jiang looked a bit concerned. Why? Naturally because of that North American colony. Although the wind of the expedition had not been let out, it was no secret that NAC was preparing to send troops to North America. The entire North American colony had lost contact with NAC, and all kinds of bizarre rumors began to spread in the 6th Street. It would be not a surprise if the general launched another conquest of his own, which meant the accompanying captain would be promoted. Regardless of whether or not the newly formed division would be called the 5th Division or NAC North American Division, it would definitely not be able to come back with General Jiang. What congratulations, if any one of you makes fun of me again, I will personally bring you to the colony. Jiang Shanhe's eyes widened, and the soldiers that were about to toast again immediately pulled back their cups that were in the air, and instead, downed their drinks. Everyone enjoyed the 6th Street. Except for those who couldn't obtain a footing in the 6th Street, no one chose to go to the colony. People wouldn't even leave if they got promoted. Captain Lu can return home every once in a while. If I go to North America, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back once in a few years. After Jiang Shanhe took a swig of the beer, he let out a sigh, felt the coldness that slid down his throat, and said. Although he complained, he didn't feel any dissatisfaction. But whenever he thought of his newly married wife, he felt depressed. Captain, rest assured, a subordinate stood up, raised his glass, and said solemnly, you, like Captain Li and Captain Lu, will always be our captain. When you are away, the brothers will help you take care of your family. That's right. We are here. Who dares to bother my sister-in-law, I will break his legs. Several other guards also stood up and raised their glass. After all, they were all old men that conquered with the general for many years. Although they loved to joke around, their friendship was impeccable. Please and thank you. With a sigh, Jiang Chen raised his glass. After a glass of beer, everyone sat down. Just when Jiang Chen was about to say something, the clear reminder sound echoed. The faint fluorescence flickered on the watch, and the word regroup appeared on the screen. All the guards in the room were surprised. They looked at each other, then immediately darted up. After Jiang Chen threw a check on the table, he rushed out the door without looking back at the delicious food on the table. What is this? In the backyard of the mansion, Jiang Chen examined from head to toe the power armor in front of him. From a structural point of view, this power armor was very similar to the X-1 experimental type he retrieved from the underground city of Shangjing. The incredibly long Type 57 portable electromagnetic pulse cannon behind it looked almost identical to the X-1. My sisters and I made some modifications on the basis of the X-1 model. Lilith optimized the calculation logic of the aiming assistance program, and finally completed the unfinished design of the Pan-Asia cooperation. Now you can call it the N-100, which is different from the original experimental type. As Lin Lin explained, the corner of her lips curved up and showed a hint of proudness. After the T-Series power armor was upgraded to T-4, there was no follow-up development plan. Because for Jiang Chen, the current two mainstream power armors of the NAC and Celestial Trade, the T-3 aviation type and the T-4 land combat type, were already capable in most battlefields. Rather than investing in a field without any competition, it was better to use scientific research resources in more useful places. But unexpectedly, Lin Lin and her sisters completed the follow-up design of the X-1 experimental model, which caught Jiang Chen by surprise. Why is it called N-100 instead of N-1? He touched the head of the power armor, then looked at the code printed on the back, and asked with confusion. Because the N-1 is an early power armor enlisted by Pan-Asia cooperation in the last century. It was developed by East Asia Heavy Industries. Later, the N-series was abolished for various reasons and replaced by the standard that has been used until now, that is, the police P-series and military T-series. Lin Lin shrugged and explained in a casual tone, in order to avoid duplication or confusion, I simply named this power armor that is unlikely to have an updated model N-100. As for what letter the X should be replaced with, I am afraid that only those who don't know how many light years away will know. Regardless, Jiang Chen looked at Lin Lin and smiled, thank you for doing so much for me. He did not just thank her for this power armor. From the earliest Eden project, Lin Lin had helped him in many ways. To be honest, even now he could recall the scene when he scared the little girl into peeing her pants in Fallout Shelter 005. He could not stop himself from feeling embarrassed. You're welcome. Lin Lin avoided Jiang Chen's gaze and looked to the side with her cheeks red. She forced a cough, then said with a trembling voice, I heard that North America is very dangerous, anyway, you be careful over there. Jiang Chen responded with a smile and moved his hand closer to Lin Lin's head to rub her silver white hair. But for some reason, as soon as his hand touched her hair, she blushed and ran away. When he looked at the girl that ran away, Jiang Chen paused, then awkwardly put his hand down. When he turned around, Sun Jiao stood at the door of the backyard. She looked in his direction with mockery in her eyes and playfully whistled at him. You're flirting with another woman in front of me before you leave. Should I punish you? Let's talk about it when I come back. No, we'll see who punishes who by then. Damn it, I got fooled. After he glared at Sun Jiao for a second, Jiang Chen left in her provocative gaze as he threw the power armor into the storage dimension and walked to the exit in the backyard. I don't want to persuade you. Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen, who walked to her and gently bit her lower lip. She reached out to fix his collar and said with unwillingness, anyway, if you have to go, be careful over there. I know. He squeezed her hand, then the sincere expression on his face was suddenly replaced by a smirk. wait for me to come back to punish you. After he left this sentence, Jiang Chen unexpectedly slapped Sun Jiao's butt. The mood was instantly ruined. In the latter's humiliated exclaim and a flurry of punches, Jiang Chen laughed and ran to the living room. When he passed, he did not forget to wave goodbye to Yao Yao and Xiao. Goodbye, wait for me to come back. By the way, this is going to be a far trip. Do you have any souvenirs you want? Xiao, who sat upright in the living room, looked at the fooling around at the entrance with a grin. Just bring yourself back. Yao Yao, who was next to her, waved and said in her soft voice. You don't need to bring any souvenirs, just come back safely. You guys really don't want souvenirs? Okay, I'll see then. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then suddenly stepped forward and kissed Sun Jiao, who was waving her fists with a look of embarrassment. Just as she was processing what had just happened, he had quickly put on his shoes and disappeared out the door. In the Xinjiang town not covered by the Holy Shield, a silver-white aerospace plane was parked on the temporarily constructed airport runway. Jiang Chen brought the masterpiece designed and manufactured by Future Heavy Industries to the apocalypse. From Han Junhua's eyes and in a technological perspective, the shape of this aerospace plane was quite retro. It was unlikely anyone from the NAC talent pool could pilot this old antique into the air. But Jiang Chen obviously had considered this issue. At this moment it was the new intelligent pilot of future military, the Matador in the pilot's seat. The robot skillfully turned on the instruments on the control panel, and it gave Jiang Chen outside the cabin a thumbs up. This is, Han Jinhua examined this antique in front of her with surprise in her tone. Aerospace G100, a masterpiece from the 27th Research Institute, a dual-use aerospace private jet. It can fly to a space station in the synchronous orbit and quickly arrive at any airport in the world within 1 hour. It's more than sufficient to send a 12-man reconnaissance team. Jiang Chen gave the aerospace plane a new inventor and labeled it as the invention of the Research Institute dedicated to NAC. He then put his hand on the wing of the plane, turned around, and smiled confidently at Han Junhua. Are you sure you can find an airport for you to land? Han Junhua had a rare hint of uncertainty in her tone. There is no need to land, we are going to parachute down. All it needs to do is descend after approaching the west coast, and then fly at a reduced speed when passing over Los Angeles. Han Junhua opened her mouth still full of doubts, but in the end, she decided not to ask any of the questions. Instead, she just nodded, if you insist, although I would recommend the safer strategy to send other candidates to North America. I thought about it carefully, and it's best for me to go there. Besides, I'm also very curious about what is going on in North America. It's just that the probability of encountering danger is not high on reconnaissance, so I can take this opportunity to see it. Jiang Chen made a gesture to the 12 guards who were ready to go, indicating Jing Shanhe that they could start boarding. In order to save the limited capacity of the Aerospace G100 to move more personnel and ammunition to North America. At this moment, all the guards were equipped with the light T-3 aviation type. The takeoff steps proceeded gracefully. The Matador robot in the cockpit turned on the instruments while it broadcasted the standard procedures. The engine is charging. All passengers, please sit in your seats. Make sure your seatbelts are fastened and do not leave your seats. Charging completed, the engine is entering ignition countdown. 10, 9, 2, 1, ignite. When the emotionless digital voice faded, the engine ejected an eerie blue ray that pushed the Aerospace G100 towards the horizon. Accompanied by the gravitational pull, Jiang Chen watched the scenery outside the window fly backward, and soon the entire aerospace plane flew into the blue sky to the farther deep space. The jitter of the fuselage quickly stabilized. It turned out that even in the apocalypse, the safety of the Aerospace G100 was reliable. After he placed the helmet to the side, Jiang Chen selected the standby mode in the operation interface of the power armor, relaxed his muscles, closed his eyes, and started to rest. In fact, Before he set off, he had been thinking about a possibility, whether Zhou Guoping decided to betray him and establish his own empire. However, after careful consideration, Jiang Chen quickly denied this possibility. Not to mention whether Zhou Guoping was foolish enough to betray NAC for the sake of becoming an unreliable warlord in North America. Long before he set off from Wanghai, Jiang Chen had already promised him that if he proved his ability to govern in the colony, he could continue to rule like a warlord. If he managed the colony poorly, it was likely that he wouldn't even want to stay there for half a second longer. Under such circumstances, Jiang Chen couldn't think of the possibility of Zhou Guoping's rebellion. Instead, it was possible that this idiot, who used to be a bandit, made a fool of himself in North America, and was ganged up by angry North American, indigenous people. Therefore, Jiang Chen prepared for two possibilities. If he discovered that Zhou Guoping wanted to pursue independence, Jiang Chen would directly activate the slave chip implanted in the back of his brain, take his life, and then appoint a new governor to get the colony back on track as soon as possible. In the latter case, if the North American colony was overthrown by the local survivors or destroyed, then, depending on whether Zhou Guoping was still alive, he would adopt two completely different strategies to solve the issues facing the colony. The altitude continued to rise, and it didn't take long for the aerospace G-100 to fly above the exosphere. Countless pieces of space junk formed a belt of asteroids and were connected together in outer space. Light blue sparks occasionally passed among the debris, like beautiful and deadly silver snakes. It was the first time Jiang Chen has seen low Earth orbit at such a close distance, and now everything seemed to be telling him that the real situation was far worse than he thought. Jiang Lin did not joke with him. It was a pipe dream to develop the space industry in this environment. How did those colonization ships fly out of the Earth? For safety reasons, the aerospace G-100 did not approach the synchronous orbit in the journey but chose to sail on the edge of the atmosphere. This area was relatively safe and most of the space junks were either burnt out or slowed down here. Therefore, there were basically no dangerous junks in this region. It took more time than expected. Finally, in the third hour after taking off, Jiang Chen woke up from a nap after hearing the beep. At this moment, aerospace G-100 finally returned to the lower stratosphere. We're descending and arriving at Los Angeles ahead. I wish you a pleasant journey. Accompanied by the emotionless digital voice, the seat belts on the seats were unlocked. Prepare for airborne. Jiang Chen pulled off his seat belt and ended the standby mode, stood up from the chair, waved his arm attached to steel, and checked whether the engine behind him could start normally. The other 12 guards also got up one after another and gathered towards the cabin door. Zheng Shanhe walked to the very front, took a deep breath, looked to Jiang Chen, looked at his comrades, then said loudly, "Assembly point at Los Angeles Santa Monica Airport, all units immediately gather at the assembly point, do you understand?" "Roger. Go. Go." The cabin door opened, and the howling cold wind rolled in, instantly sweeping away the heat in the cabin. Holding onto the cabin frame, Zheng Shanhe jumped out first, followed by the guards behind him, and finally General Jiang Chen. It was not the first time Jiang Chen has parachuted down. Everything was natural and smooth. After the attitude dropped to the threshold, the vortex engine behind turned on instantly, and the blue flame spurted out and stopped their downward acceleration. As an experimental model uncompleted even after the end of the war, the N-100 on Jiang Chen was indeed much more stable than the T-3 in airborne operations. When the steel boots stepped through the clouds, his sight suddenly became clear. At this moment, Jiang Chen's pupils dilated slightly. It was his first time overlooking apocalyptic North America. Although it was only a corner of the West Coast. In general, the war did not favor either side. This place was as bad as the Pan-Asia continent. Santa Monica Airport. The barren concrete road was covered with weeds, and a few hideous zombies occasionally strolled outside the terminal hall. Unlike the zombies in Pan-Asia Cooperation, These zombies were not formed because of the X1 bacterial infection, but purely because of radiation, which caused their brain to degenerate and turn them into the walking dead with only the instinct to eat. Because it was difficult to form large groups of zombies common in Pan-Asia, these zombies were not dangerous. As long as the survivors were careful to not get scratched by their claws stained with mutant bacteria and radiation, any survivor could deal with them. The real danger in the North American wasteland was not the zombies, but the strange mutants. According to unconservative estimates, the number and danger of mutants in North America were at least 3 times that of the Pan-Asia region. In the dark corners, a mutant poisonous scorpion suddenly threw its tail with a hook, then dragged a struggling zombie into the corner and opened its sharp mandibles. The prey gradually stopped moving. Just as this mutant poisonous scorpion was about to feast, it suddenly stopped biting as if it had sensed some movement. Its small eyes quickly turned vigilantly. But before it could detect anything, the shock wave of the explosion blew it away. Boom! The explosion overlapped with the sound of the armors breaking through the air. When both feet slammed on the ground, the flat concrete road was full of spider-web-like cracks. Success! Jiang Chen pressed on the helmet, stood up straight, and shook the dust from the power armor. He then looked at the airport not far away with a grin. What a coincidence, I landed near the airport without satellite navigation. Lurking in the shadows, the mutant poisonous scorpion was rubbing its sharp fangs nervously. From the iron lump in front of it, it felt danger. The creature followed its instinct and cautiously approached Jiang Chen from behind. Suddenly, it threw out its deadly tail. The air whizzed and a strong force lashed at Jiang Chen. Without even looking, he raised his right hand, and the tactical rifle spouted out fierce flames. Green blood splattered everywhere, and the firepower turned the half-human tall scorpion into several pieces. Just as Jiang Chen shot this mutant poisonous scorpion, a dozen pairs of eyes were lurking in the dark. To be precise, they were fixated on the power armor on his body. Power armor. God, it's a power armor. In the office of the airport building, a man with a shaved head squatted cautiously by the window and secretly looked at the power armor downstairs. His 2 mung-bean-sized pupils were filled with envy and greed. Is it a member of the National Guard? Or is it a Liberty City militia? The brawny black man grabbed his rifle tightly and asked nervously. It's not, it fell from the sky, it should be a little mouse that got out of the fallout shelter. *T, we have to find a way to get that power armor. Hardy licked his dry lips and a fierceness appeared in his eyes. But what should we do? The black man named Sim hesitated. Brand new power armor, mostly likely a little mouse that got out of the fallout shelter, Hardy said nervously as he bit his thumb. Let Jessica go. She often deals with the blue skins. The SL*T knows how to deceive them. Just as the predators were planning how they'd take the power armor on his body, Jiang Chen raised his rifle again and killed a few more zombies wandering at the airport gate, then he set the coordinates of the gathering spot on the map. Because there was no satellite to guide the airborne, and they happened to encounter a strong air current just when they were falling, their landing positions were quite scattered. He heard from Zheng Shanhe say that when he landed, he stepped on a cockroach's nest with 1 foot, and now he was covered with green stinky juice. Since they were not in a hurry, Jiang Chen told the hapless guy to go to the ditch on the nearby map first and wash away the radioactive stinky juice. He didn't want to speak when they gathered while smelling the stench of mutant cockroaches. Shortly after he set up the coordinate, a scream came from the airport building. Jiang Chen looked up only to see a woman, dressed as a scavenger, being forced by a group of zombies onto the platform outside the airport building. The woman hurriedly jammed the handle of the glass door with a folding chair, pulled out the pistol from her pocket, and pulled the trigger at the glass door smashed by the zombies. However, the gunshot did not appear. She threw the pistol aside in despair and retreated to the railing on the outside of the platform. Just when she was in despair and did not know what to do, she suddenly noticed Jiang Chen downstairs and was overjoyed. Then she began to wave her arms. Help! Help me. I need help. Under the tousled brown curly hair was a beautiful face. If it weren't for her panicked expression, he would give her a 70 based on Western standards. However, she was desperately waving her arms, and the whiteness in front of her chest under the torn clothes was even visible. The female survivor surrounded by zombies happened to appear near the power armor. Everything was such a coincidence, like a popcorn blockbuster rolled down from the Hollywood assembly line. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and revealed a sly grin under the steel helmet. Although this beauty's acting skill was great, and the extras outside the door were also helpful, he still spotted the issues right away. The biggest issue was: how did a rookie scavenger like this manage to get here after being chased by zombies? He did not go up to save her right away. Instead, he turned on the life signal detector on the power armor. A layer of red ripples swept across the radar screen, and soon a series of red dots symbolizing sources of life were marked on the screen. The sly smile soon turned colder. Rather than saving her, Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest and started to watch her performance. When the beauty saw that Jiang Chen hadn't come up, she was taken aback for a moment, and then a pleading expression appeared. Please. For God's sake, save me. I don't want to be eaten by them. I will do whatever you want me to do. I can even be your slave. Any rookie that came out of the fallout shelter would definitely turn hot-headed and save the pleading beauty. No, the rookie would have already rushed to her from the start. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen didn't just get out of the fallout shelter but came to North America to spread socialism. You mean, you want to be my slave? Jiang Chen asked with a smile after he turned on the speaker on the armor. Yes. I will. Please help me. The beauty nodded desperately. Since you said so, then I hope you will remember your promise. Jiang Chen sighed and stepped heavily on the ground with his right foot. The armor bounced up from the ground, and the vortex engine ejected blue flames. When the woman saw the power armor fly towards her, she looked joyful, but in her mind, she cussed, "Fu*ku. I'm begging you now, but you'll soon find out what's going to happen to you after." The power armor naturally crushed the zombies. When both feet slammed on the ground, Jiang Chen raised his tactical rifle, and a string of bullets harvested the zombies behind the glass door. He then turned off the safety, put away the smoking rifle, and looked at the disheveled beauty. Thank you, God. I really didn't know what to do without you. The woman gazed at Jiang Chen passionately, gently combed the hair near her ear back, and said while blushing, as agreed, from now on, I will be your woman. What is your name? Jiang Chen asked emotionlessly. Jessica. Jessica's index finger lightly pressed on the front armor of the power armor. Jessica raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. Can you show me your face? My hero. The poison was already hidden under her tongue. Once she waited for the helmet to open, the affectionate gaze and the kiss would even make Superman kneel under her high heels. The thought of the power armor will soon belong to her made Jessica extremely excited. She had already planned that when she controlled the power armor, she would immediately settle the grudge with Hardy. No problem, Ms. Jessica, but before that, Jiang Chen dropped the electronic collar on the ground, and said cunningly, just like we agreed before, you have to put this on first. Jessica's expression changed when she saw the electronic collar on the ground. What's wrong? My slave lady. Jiang Chen joked, if you don't know how to wear it, I can teach you. You don't need this kind of thing to restrain me at all. I said I will be yours from now on. Jessica bit her dry lower lip and looked at Jiang Chen with pitiful eyes. No matter what you do, I will not resist. Are you kidding me? Once you put this thing on, your life won't be yours. She started to sense danger from this iron robot in front of her, and out of instinct, she took 2 steps back. You don't want to keep your promise. Jiang Chen's tone changed. The rifle that he previously put away reappeared in his hand and he aimed at the frightened Jessica. With slyness in his tone, Jiang Chen said, "I'm not kidding, I advise you to do what I say." Just now, a voice with an African accent came from the door. A black guy stood there with a bazooka on his shoulder. His finger was already on the trigger and he stared at Jiang Chen with warning in his eyes. "Okay buddy, put down the gun. Even if you're in your power armor, you definitely don't want to try this." Jiang Chen did not show the slightest concern with the bazooka aimed at him. He turned his head slightly and focused his attention on the arrogant man and the 10 gunners with ragged clothing. He then asked nonchalantly, "You are?" The eyepieces on the tactical helmet made Sim a little flustered. He swallowed and continued out of fear, "We are her companions, survivors gathered around the airport." "Where were you just now?" Jiang Chen smiled. Sim couldn't find an answer to this question as he muttered for a long time. Next to him, Hardy slapped the back of Sim's head, walked to Jiang Chen, and used a threatening tone, "Thank you for saving our companion, I owe you a favor, but I hope you let her go now, otherwise." Jessica was still useful, and Hardy didn't want to lose her like that. This SL*T not only made the brothers feel good every night, but she would also occasionally bring back some silly blue skins. "Otherwise?" Jiang Chen laughed as he responded. "Otherwise," as Hardy chuckled, he suddenly threw a grenade hidden in his sleeve while he cursed, "Otherwise I will F***ck you up." The smoke exploded, and Jessica rolled to the side. The high-pressure nitrogen burst out and dispersed the dense smoke in an instant. A bazooka pierced through the thick smoke and flew at Jiang Chen. But without any attempt to evade the flying danger, he reached out with his left hand and compressed the nitrogen gas into a wall, which blew away the bazooka. **T. Fire. When Hardy realized that the sneak attack had failed, he cussed, fired a few shots with his pistol, then ordered the predators behind him to open fire on Jiang Chen while he sneaked to take cover. However, before he could run 2 steps, he was shot in the thigh and started to howl on the ground rolling. Pew pew pew. The tactical rifle unleashed its power, and the beating hearts had turned into scarlet flames, which were reflected on Jiang Chen's retina. The moment he pulled the trigger, it seemed that every cell in the body was relaxing as if killing had become an instinct. This long-lost feeling. Devil. He is the devil. When they saw their companions fall one after another into pools of blood, the predators hiding behind cover finally began to collapse. They screamed and fled backward. When the guards in T3 power armor heard gunshots from the airport terminal, they started to arrive one after another. When the predators realized that their enemy was not just one power armor, they completely lost the courage. They dropped their weapons and knelt down to beg for mercy. "Look at what I found." There were still a few pieces of algae hanging onto his armor as Zheng Shanhe held the disheveled Jessica in his hand and walked to Jiang Chen, who was standing in the waiting room. He threw her on the ground with a grin and said, "She was hiding in the ventilation duct. Put this on for her." Jiang Chen pointed to the collar on the ground. "Yes. No. Don't." Jessica backed away in horror. She tried to get up from the ground, but the power armor behind her did not make her wish come true. Without a word, Zheng Shanhe grabbed her neck and snapped the electronic collar on her. Jiang Chen glanced at Jessica, who had turned pale, with a sneer, then ignored her. He then walked to the predator named Hardy. At this moment, his thigh had been bandaged and the blood finally stopped flowing out. But based on where he was shot, this leg was unlikely to walk again. "I will ask you a question, and you will answer the question." Jiang Chen looked down at Hardy, lifted his chain, and said concisely, "If I find you lying, then I will get rid of your other leg too." Hardy swallowed, then nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "How many people do you have in total?" 157, no, 158. Hardy replied with a shiver. "These people are..." Jiang Chen pointed to the survivors who squatted in the corner of the terminal hall with shackles on their hands. "Prisoners. Prisoners." Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "You still keep prisoners?" I advise you to answer my questions honestly. What I said is true. When Hardy saw Jiang Chen fiddling with the rifle, there was panic in his eyes as he articulated quickly, "Some skilled slaves are very popular in Liberty City." There are some people. Jiang Chen asked with interest. "Those cannibal tribes offer good prices too," Hardy replied in a quiet voice, with his head lowered while he trembled on the ground. "This bunch of scumbags." Jiang Shanha spat out and cursed. Hardy buried his head and didn't dare to say a word. He honestly accepted the words thrown at him. Without worrying about him anymore, Jiang Chen glanced at the slave squatting in the corner, and then at his captain Jiang Shanha. "It just so happens that we need manpower to clean the airport. You can pick a few clever guys to be supervisors." After a rough glance, there were about 30 prisoners caught by the predators. Most of them looked malnourished. It was unlikely to expect these people to do any hard work, but they could definitely be the overseers and watch these predators work. Except for the 2 who ran away, there were about 80 predators captured by his guards. These men were more than enough to repair the airport runway. Now Jiang Chen was only short of the overseers who looked after these slaves. After all, he only had a few electronic collars. It was impossible to separate combat power from his guards to look after these prisoners. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Shanha walk towards the slaves of the predators, then he returned to Jessica, knelt down, and pinched her chin. He looked at her painful eyes begging for mercy, and said in a mocking tone, "I will give you a task, you can only respond with yes." Because she couldn't speak, Jessica nodded desperately. "You will take care of these people for me." Jiang Chen pointed to Hardy who was sitting in the corner, and then pointed outside the door. "We need someone to clean the airport runway. Do as I say. I promise you will be safe and sound. If I find you playing tricks behind my back, your head will explode. You should understand what you are wearing on your neck." After he finished these words, Jiang Chen threw the painful and desperate Jessica to the ground. There was no need to pity or cherish a SL*T like this. When he saw the expression on her face, instead of feeling any guilt, he felt like she deserved this punishment. After he watched Jiang Shanha choose the overseer among the group of prisoners, Jiang Chen was about to take a tour outside, but he suddenly heard a familiar accent behind him. "Wait, are you from NAC?" Including Jiang Shanha, several of the guards in the room all stopped what they were doing and looked at the person who stood up. With unexpectedness, Jiang Chen looked back at the prisoner, walked to him, and examined the man from head to toe with intrigue. "Do you know NAC?" "I not only know," after the rescue he had been waiting for finally arrived, with a relieved expression on his face, Han Yu almost cried with excitement, I'm a colonist from the 6th Street. "What is your name?" "My name is Han Yu, why are you here?" Jiang Chen frowned. This is a long story. His eyes fell into reminiscence, and a look of shock gradually appeared on Han Yu's malnourished face. He gulped down, and slowly began to narrate to Jiang Chen what happened that day. "It was a week ago, our cargo ship docked at the port." A week ago, the NAC cargo ship docked at the port, but unexpectedly, it was not their compatriots who went to North America first that welcomed them, but a group of bandits with guns. There were indeed many weapons on the cargo ship, but the firepower was still far inferior compared to the predators. These predators quickly attacked the deck and captured the wounded soldiers and colonists on the ship. Based on Han Yu's narration, he jumped into the sea in order to escape the predators. "How many of them were there?" Jiang Chen asked after he thought for a moment. "I don't know. The situation was chaotic. There were bullets and explosions everywhere. About 100 people. Maybe more than 200. In short, their firepower was very fierce, not just heavy machine guns and rocket launchers, but even drones and a few armored vehicles. It was impossible for a few armored vehicles to take down the NAC colony in North America, and even with 50 more armored vehicles, it was still impossible. There were 50 power armors in the colony, which could already make up a quarter of the power armor brigade, plus 450 sets of kinetic skeletons. While Jiang Chen was not arrogant to the point where he believed that he could sweep the west coast with these weapons, it was more than sufficient to defend their base, especially with so many stationary weapons built into the fortress. How many people escaped besides you? Jiang Chen then asked. I don't know, there may be one or two more. I saw someone falling in the water, but I couldn't tell whether it was a corpse or a living person. At this point, the expression on Han Yu's face was a little ashamed. After all, he chose to escape. It's okay, you're not a soldier. It's not shameful to run away. Jiang Chen seemed to read what he was thinking, patted him on the shoulder, then said, were there any signs on those predators? Or something like a flag? Things like that? While he spoke, Jiang Chen took a rag that was stained and painted with a red airplane. It was the symbol of the airport gang. The indigenous people in North America seem to like to engage in performance art. When Jiang Chen went downstairs, he saw this rag in the center of the airport's second-floor lobby. It annoyed him, so he tore it down. When Han Yu saw this flag, he searched deep in his memory for a while. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he said, I remember. All of them wore black masks with the same symbol painted in white paint. What symbol? A skeleton. A white skull. Jiang Chen touched his chin. Based on this clue, he could deduct that it was probably the skeleton gang or the white skeleton gang that occupied the colony. However, Jiang Chen still was not convinced by the fact that a gang of predators could take out his colony. While Zhou Guoping's character was questionable at times, his intelligence was fine. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would not have entrusted the North American colony to him. Maybe Jessica and Hardy, who are both predators, would know something, and maybe Chinatown could also give him some advice. After he gathered all the evidence in his mind, Jiang Chen asked one last question. One last question, how did you get here? The Santa Monica airport and the port were a little far apart. The straight-line distance from the map was 2 kilometers. I heard from the sailor on the ship that there was a Chinatown near Santa Monica, and the place has established a good relationship with the colony. Therefore, I plan to ask them to borrow a radio station and send the information to Wanghai. A wry smile then appeared on Han Yu's face. However, the sailor didn't tell me where Chinatown was. When I passed by the airport, I wondered if there would be a map of Los Angeles here, so I decided to come in. However, I got caught in their trap as soon as I came in. Chinatown in Santa Monica. Jiang Chen's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. If he recalled correctly, Chinatown in Los Angeles should be in the city center. But after he thought about it, it seemed to make sense. After all, there was still a big difference between the historical trends of the modern world and the apocalypse. Even an airport appeared in Santa Monica, so it did not seem too strange that Chinatown was nearby. For safety reasons, Jiang Chen still verified his identity. The identity information of all NAC citizens was bounded to fingerprints and irises and collected in the database of the logistics department. As the general, he naturally could check the database at will. Although traditional communication methods could not currently connect with Wanghai's server, Jiang Chen's watch was equipped with the interdimensional communication chip designed by Lin Lin. It looked like he just performed magic when he took out a scanning gun that looked like a razor from the storage dimension. He scanned his eyes and retrieved his personal information. Han Yu, male, 25 years old, pre-war occupation, bank security officer. Obtained lower-class citizenship of NAC in January 2019, registered as a colonist on September 10, 2020, and volunteered to travel to North America. Give him a gun, Jiang Chen pointed to Han Yu, and said to Jing Shanhe, we have our candidate for the foreman. You try to clear the runway by tomorrow night. I will take some people to Chinatown. Or should I go? Jing Shanhe hesitated and said. No, I need to understand the situation in North America. It's better to go there in person. Since Chinatown and the North American colony have a good relationship, they will probably help us. After Jiang Chen finished this sentence, he walked out of the lobby. Without insisting further, Zheng Shanhe nodded, took a rifle, and threw it over. He then looked at Han Yu, who hurriedly caught the rifle. He stepped forward and patted his shoulder. From now on, you are a soldier of NAC. I hope you can adapt to your new identity as soon as possible and perform well. I'm optimistic about what you can do. Me? What should I do? With the rifle in his arms, Han Yu seemed a bit out of sorts. Clean up the airport. Cleaning the airport is not your job. We will tell the predators how to do it. You are an overseer, and you are responsible for helping us watch them work. If they are not obedient, you can ask them to have bullets for dinner. It's that simple. Don't tell me you haven't killed anyone after living for so long. I had been a caravan guard for a few months, Han Yu derided himself. Of course, he killed people before, and he'd even killed a few. However, he still had not fully adapted to his new identity. Then it will be easy, Zheng Shanhe pointed to the slaves behind him who looked timid. These guys probably don't understand Mandarin. Since you signed up for North America, I hope you can at least speak English. You can pick a few who can communicate with as your helpers, and I will give them a pistol and a few bullets to help you manage them. When Han Yu saw that Zheng Shanhe in the power armor was about to leave, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Can I ask who you are? I mean, is it the Expeditionary Force or the 1st Division? I have no other intention, I just want to ask where I'm enlisted now. Zheng Shanhe had to process the information for a moment, and then he had a strangely smug look on his face. He raised his thumb and pointed at the gate of the lobby. Do you know who the one who spoke to you just now was? Han Yu swallowed down his saliva, then asked cautiously. If I may, who is he? His identity will probably scare you to death. Zheng Shanhe grinned. To secure the airport was usually the top priority, even ahead of the investigation of the colony. After all, they could only evacuate from North America under any circumstances with a cleared runway. The predators who had surrendered were escorted to the airport. While Zheng Shanhe was instructing, Jiang Chen cleared out the zombies with a few guards in the airport. These zombies wandering in the airport were originally raised by the airport gang to guard the door here. These dull-headed living dead were quite good at finding traces left by the living. However, Jiang Chen didn't need their assistance since drones could act as the gatekeeper, so he cleared the area. When time just passed the noon mark, the aerospace G-100, which had made another trip, once again visited North America and parachuted down supplies. In this batch of supplies that crossed the Pacific Ocean, in addition to the equipment for repairing the runway, there were also several large boxes of canned food, self-heating lunches, and ammunition that Jiang Chen could not just take out from the storage dimension. There were also portable artilleries designed for the T-3 power armor and the Type 57 electromagnetic pulse cannon specifically made for the N-100. In addition, Jiang Chen also found something special amongst the supplies. It was a lunch box with a rabbit pattern and it was still hot. A note was pasted next to the box. When Jiang Chen saw the graceful handwriting, he immediately guessed who it was. Blushing, Jiang Chen hid the lunchbox, walked to a place where no one was nearby before he opened the lid and started munching on the food. There was no need to guess at all. The lunchbox was Yao Yao's masterpiece, and her cooking skill was also the best in the mansion. It was impossible to count on Sun Jiao in cooking. In addition to the bacon and grilled sausages that Jiang Chen started to love recently, there was also white rice surrounded by broccoli, as well as cuttlefishes that were roasted to perfection. The little girl's cooking was getting better and better. While he was feasting on the lunch, Jiang Chen even took out a can of beer from the storage dimension. After he devoured everything, he wiped his mouth and then jumped back into the power armor and returned to the airport. By now, Zheng Shanhe and the others had also finished eating. They were resting beside the runway. As for the predators, after each of them received half of a nutrient supply, they started to work on the bumpy runway. Jiang Chen walked over to Jiang Shanhe to let him know, then looked at Jessica who was crouching on the side. As a slave to the general himself, Jiang Chen granted her permission not to brave the sun and work at the airport with those predators. Want to eat? When he heard the sound of swallowing, he deliberately picked up a can from the supply box, tossed it in the air, and smiled sinisterly. If you want to eat, just say it. If you don't tell me, I won't know. Although Jessica knew that he was teasing her, Jessica still looked at him with a flattering expression and looked at the can in his hand pitifully. It's a pity that I forgot to bring dog food. Jiang Chen threw the can back into the supply box, then sat on the stairs on the side. Jessica's look of disappointment soon turned to surprise as he threw a package of compressed biscuits into her arms. I'm going to Chinatown, I need a guide. Jiang Chen was well aware of the stick and carrot strategy. To deal with the indigenous people, he had to rely on indigenous people. Since she was wearing the collar, Jiang Chen was not afraid that she would run away. Since he needed her to do work at this time, a pack of crackers or a bag of instant noodles was more useful than anything else. Are you going to Chinatown? The hand that was about to tear the bag stopped and a hint of trepidation appeared on her face. Then she said tremblingly, I can't go there. They will kill me when they see me. Let Hardy guide you. Taking me there will only cause you trouble. Hardy's leg is broken, so I'd have to find someone to carry him. Jiang Chen waved his hand impatiently. Don't worry, there is an old saying that you have to look at the owner when you hit a dog. Since you have this hanging around your neck, no one can touch you before I leave North America. Well, just in case, let me ask, what did you do? I stole their boss's bottle caps, Jessica said cautiously. Just that. And kicked his nuts. The Chinatown in Santa Monica was not the Los Angeles Chinatown in the traditional sense, but a touristic Chinese community. In addition to a few ancient-looking Chinese buildings, there were also many other buildings from other East Asian cultures. After the war, because of the influx of Chinese refugees from Los Angeles, the local Chinese exhibited the tradition of working together to help their compatriots in the face of difficulties and eventually developed into a formidable local power. While the force was not comparable to the Minutemen or the National Guards in the area, it was far more powerful compared to the average survivor settlement or predator gang. Coincidentally, after Jiang Chen questioned the prisoners captured by the airport gang, he discovered that one of them happened to be from Chinatown. Although he was just an ordinary survivor with no status, he was a fine stepping stone. In order to avoid unnecessary troubles, Jiang Chen did not take Jessica with him. Instead, he asked her to draw the directions on a map and then took the 6 guards and the prisoner who had regained his freedom to Chinatown. It was 2 kilometers away. In front of the entrance of Chinatown, a huge iron gate and 2 soldiers blocked the path of the crew. Stop! You're about to enter Chinatown. The caravan, please show your certificate, and all others, leave immediately. At the entrance of the street, 2 soldiers in kinetic skeletons grabbed their rifles as they watched Jiang Chen and the others warily. Judging from their equipment, Chinatown was well equipped. Although these 2 kinetic skeletons clearly looked like handmade products made by welding guns, they were definitely better than nothing. Jiang Chen glanced at the heavy machine gun at the door and made a judgment call on the strength of Chinatown in his mind. He was about to speak, but the rescued Chinatown man behind him spoke first. Zhuzi. I'm Ping from next door. The soldier named Zhuzi's eyes widened and stared at his old friend in disbelief. Are you really Ping? Wait, haven't you been caught by the bandits at the airport? The airport gang has been wiped out. I got rescued. At this point, Wang Ping turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen gratefully, and then reached out and introduced them to the soldier named Zhuzi. They are friendly. Our compatriots from across the Pacific Ocean. The soldier clearly looked surprised as he examined Jiang Chen and the few people behind Jiang Chen. After he made eye contact with his comrade, he stepped forward and clasped his fists. I do apologize for being disrespectful. Please wait a moment while I go and ask General Zhao for instructions. After he finished this sentence, the soldier called Juzi turned and walked into the guard room, and grabbed the phone. They didn't wait for too long before the door slowly opened. Surrounded by a group of soldiers, a man who was also in a kinetic skeleton walked out from behind the door. With a hearty smile, he extended his right hand full of friendliness. Welcome to Chinatown, friends who come from afar. My name is Smith Zhao. I do apologize for not welcoming you earlier. I hope you can forgive me. This is the guy whose nuts got kicked by Jessica. The way he looked at Smith Zhao was a bit weird, but he quickly realized that it was disrespectful, and so he concealed the strange look in his eyes with a dry cough. My name is Jiang Chen. They are my people. Jiang Chen opened the armor mask out of courtesy. Then, he borrowed Jiang Chen's name, pointed to the 6 guards in power armors behind him, and made up some information. We are from Wanghai, and we are part of the NAC 1st Division. Despite the expansion of the NAC colony, some people on the west coast of North America have heard of the title NAC General, but fortunately no one placed his portraits everywhere. At least General Zhao did not recognize his identity. Wanghai 1st Division. I've heard of this name, Smith Zhao said with some suspicion and examined him from head to toe. Then, for safety's sake, let me ask one more question. As members of the 1st Division, why are you here in Chinatown in Los Angeles? Obviously, he didn't believe Jiang Chen's remarks, at least he didn't let his guard down. We are not malicious, otherwise we would not save your people. Jiang Chen pointed to the young man named Wang Ping next to him, and said, we are here to understand the situation at our outpost. Colony was the term NAC referred to for its colonies. Of course, this term was not used outside of the colonies. NAC used the word outpost to refer to these colonies, and most of the survivors in North America referred to that area as outpost, outpost town, and so on. It was the information Jiang Chen collected from Jessica. When Smith Zhao heard the word outpost, the alertness in his tone was suddenly replaced by a hint of surprise. Outpost town. Wait, are you here for the outpost? Is there a problem? Jiang Chen asked. I thought you left the unfinished building there and returned home. After all, there was really nothing good to remember here in North America. Smith Zhao stared at Jiang Chen with wide eyes, and his surprised expression didn't seem to be faked. If I remember correctly, it should be the Black Skull, a demon in the Nevada desert, who lives there now. Is he called Black Skull? No matter if they are demons or not, thank you for your information. Jiang Chen nodded, paused for a moment, and said, in fact, we did not evacuate from North America, and even sent new immigrants not long ago, but the situation here surprised us. The entire outpost disappeared. There was no signal. We don't even know what happened here. Strange. Smith Zhao was also caught by surprise, and he said, you haven't received any news? Yes. Jiang Chen nodded. That's really strange. Anyway, don't stand at the door, come to my place. After he murmured strange several times, Smith Zhao waved his hand behind him and motioned the Asian-looking soldiers to put away their weapons. General Zhao's name was Smith Zhao. Although he claimed to be a Chinese immigrant from the Rongqing area, he obviously couldn't even find the place on the map. However, it didn't matter where his ancestors were. The more important fact was that General Zhao's attitude towards the colony was quite friendly. After he confirmed that Jiang Chen really came from the NAC across the Pacific, his attitude was obviously much more enthusiastic, and he did not conceal that trace of longing for the other side of the Pacific. In his eyes, North America was now a place full of ruins, and Asia would definitely be much better. After all, he had never heard of any survivor force on the west coast that ended up in Pan-Asia. It was always NAC cargo ships that sailed here one after another. During the conversation with General Zhao, Jiang Chen learned that Chinatown and the colony were very close with each other, and the merchants of the two sides often traded, until the colony was abandoned. General Zhao and the merchants at the 6th Street even finalized a blockbuster deal worth 50,000 crystals. After Jiang Chen learned about General Zhao's distress, he immediately stated that he would perform the contract on behalf of the merchant, and pay for the goods with canned food instead of caps in the name of the military government, provided that he can produce relevant certificates. After General Zhao received Jiang Chen's promise, General Zhao even happily regarded him as a friend, and almost swore to become brothers for life. "Thank you so much, my friend. I really don't know what to do without you. The furs of those long-tailed guinea pigs are very troublesome to deal with, and they are very difficult to find. You may not be fully aware of this from the other side of the ocean. Here, no one wants these things at all." General Zhao ordered his man to pour a glass of ale for Jiang Chen, as he looked at Jiang Chen eagerly while he sat on the sofa. To be precise, there was no demand for such flashy things anywhere except for the 6th Street. For survivors, filling their stomachs was the foremost and most crucial need, followed by a series of physiological needs. As for luxury goods and other things that promote social prosperity, they were only in demand after the concept of society was widely established. The best-selling products in the North American wasteland were always powerful and reliable machineries and fierce weapons. Although canned food, tea, and tobacco could be considered a luxury, they were consumables after all, as well as comforting products, therefore, the demand would never shrink. But for products like guinea pig furs that could only be used as decorations, even if the rich in Liberty City were interested, they would never buy back furs worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of bottle caps like NAC merchants. It was far more economical to hire a few hunters than to spend bottle caps, and the coats or carpets made by the furs could be used for a long time without breaking. "We can talk about guinea pig furs later, I'm not here to discuss business," Jiang Chen continued, focused on General Zhao. "You will receive your cans once the port at Outpost Town is back in our hands. You should understand what I mean. Do you want us to help you regain Outpost Town?" Smith Xiao processed the information, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, I can't do you this favor. The Black Skull's firepower is too powerful. I'm already thanking God that he is not seeking trouble here. I must be responsible to my people. It's not difficult for us to destroy them without your help." Jiang Chen shook his head and said to dispel the concern in Smith Zhao's mind, "The key to the problem now is that I must figure out what happened in Outpost Town. Is there anything we can help with?" Smith Zhao asked. Although he was unwilling to take risks for NAC's territory, he was still willing to sell this favor to NAC without threatening his own safety. Disregard the big deal worth 50,000 crystals, he was willing to help out of the love for his compatriots. While the situation was not common in other settlements, it was quite common in the North American Chinese survivors to help others with favors. After all, they were marginalized people who were excluded from mainstream society before the war. They were almost imprisoned in concentration camps during the war, and things did not get better after the war either. Helping each other had become a tradition in this group. If the words "they did not help their compatriots" got out, people would judge them harshly. "If it is convenient, I hope you can help me find out what happened to the outpost. In addition, I need some people, not a lot, 2 or 3 should be enough. I'll pay them a reasonable price. Finally, I want to exchange some of our supplies for bottle caps." Chapter 1389 Chinatown's Mercenary. Bottle caps that circulated in the wasteland weren't just made from a capping machine. Only the bottle cap of Quantum Coke with anti-counterfeiting code, manufactured after the economic crisis in 2150, possessed value. Moreover, the value of the 350 milliliters bottle cap was different from the 660 milliliters limited edition bottle cap. Because no survivor force could find a way to manufacture this type of cap so far, the value had remained stable. A large bottle cap was equal to 20 normal caps. The term "how many caps" was used in trading. At the start, someone joked that the anti-counterfeiting technology of the Coca-Cola bottle cap was better than banknotes. It could become the currency of third world countries someday. After all, their banknotes have been depreciating. In the end, this light-hearted joke became a reality. On the wasteland more than 40 years later, the bottle cap really become a currency. It was just a pity that the place was not a third world country but in the wasteland of North America. The physical identification code developed by the Coca-Cola Company at a high price finally made it convenient for the survivors on the wasteland in North America. There was no need to connect to the internet, just a palm-sized scanner could identify the authenticity of bottle caps, which made it even more convenient compared to crystals. As for how the bottle cap became popular, there were many deeper reasons behind this, but the details won't be discussed here. Jiang Chen exchanged the 10 boxes of canned luncheon meat he brought with him for an equivalent amount of bottle caps from General Zhao, roughly equal to more than 5,000 caps. If converted into crystals based on the market in North America, it was around 300 crystals. It was not difficult to imagine how severe inflation was in North America. After Jiang Chen exchanged for the bottle caps, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he chatted with this General Zhao for a bit longer. In addition to intelligence related to the colony, he also heard some interesting rumors. For example, the leader of Tony's club was not dead and you had to be careful when you see unidentified canned meat as sometimes people would recycle NAC canned food cans to use for counterfeiting. As for what kind of meat was sold in it, you would only know once you eat it. Another example was that the atmosphere in Steel City and Liberty City were very unnatural recently. It was as if they were going to go to war, but they didn't know who their opponents were. Jiang Chen recorded the rumors into his watch. After he checked the time and realized it was getting late, he said goodbye to General Zhao. If there is any information, I will send someone to the airport to find you. If you need manpower, you can go to the tavern at the entrance of Chinatown. Lone travelers, hunters, and caravan guards are all good choices. However, I suggest you pay attention when dealing with white people. If it were not for the strong request from the merchants, we would have never let those people in. Before Jiang Chen left, Smith Zhao reminded. I will pay attention. Jiang Chen gestured goodbye and walked down the street with the 6 guards waiting at the door. Go and buy some nutrient supplies and ask for information about the colony along the way. We will meet here in an hour. After he handed a box of bottle caps to a guard, he said, you don't need to save money for me. Typically, the places that sold nutrient supplies were busy, perhaps the boss there would know something. Roger. The guard nodded and walked to the other side of Chinatown. Jiang Chen looked up at the tavern on the side, then motioned a few guards to wait at the door before he walked in. The survivors in Chinatown were quite prejudiced, but this prejudice was mainly against survivors of other skin colors. Without the mask, the Asian survivors in the tavern looked at Jiang Chen with envy, rather than greed or covetousness. In the North American wasteland, power armor was not only a symbol of strength but also a symbol of financial power. It was not easy for ordinary survivors to own a kinetic skeleton. Only the lords could afford the power armor. Even General Zhao did not possess many power armors, let alone the lone travelers that wasted their days. A piece of power armor directly dictated the fact of whether they'd run or fight against a deathclaw. It was the ultimate dream of all lone travelers and mercenaries to own a power armor. In the eyes of these survivors, Jiang Chen and others had become the kind of compatriots they respect. If they appeared in this shabby place, they were definitely not here for a drink. The environment of the Chinatown restaurant was much better than here. Those powerful lone travelers and mercenaries were already gearing up and debating on how to connect with this rich master. Many female lone travelers looked at Jiang Chen with affectionate glances, and some brave ones even whistled. While they accepted missions such as security, many open female mercenaries did not mind providing extra services. While they could receive tips from their employer, they could also satisfy their physical needs. It was the North American way. Even if Asian survivors were relatively conservative, they were only relative to their compatriots across the ocean. I need to hire some manpower. Jiang Chen walked to the bar and didn't order any drinks. He directly slapped 2 large bottle caps on the table, and said to the bartender, I have no special requirements for strength, as long as they are not a burden. I care more about credibility, and then they must be bright. Do you have any recommendations? The moment the bartender saw these two large bottle caps, his breathing became noticeably louder. He collected the bottle caps calmly, glanced at the power armor on Jiang Chen, and said with a grin, "It is hard to find people who won't be a burden, but it looks like you're not looking for bodyguards or guards. If I guess right, then I recommend you try those scavengers. Their instincts are as keen as mice, and they are familiar with any survivor settlement." At this moment, a tall and skinny man with a shaved head and a striking scar on his face came over. He stood next to Jiang Chen, examined him, then spoke. "Do you need some hands?" "Yes." Jiang Chen turned his gaze to the man and responded to his inquiry with a curious gaze. "You are?" "Gri, I don't remember my last name. Everyone called me Crow." Gri grinned. "First of all, I won't be a burden. Second, I'm familiar with the survivor settlements in California, Nevada, and Utah. If you need a guide, I'll at least not let you get lost. If you plan to find someone, as long as he is still on the West Coast, he will not escape." Jiang Chen didn't agree immediately but looked to the bartender who accepted his tip. The latter was wiping the glass in his hand. Without being shy, he said straightforwardly. "Crow Gri, well, I recognize the name a bit. The rare British man who can get in and out of Chinatown without being with a merchant fleet, and a scavenger with keen eyes who appears as a guard. That's all I can think of. Based on the market price, a guide's pay is 20 caps a day, and for a guard, it's 40, the full week is calculated as 6 days. Of course, this is just my suggestion. You can figure it out yourself." "Okay," Jiang Chen looked to Gri, "you are hired. I will pay you 50 caps a day, and I will tell you what your mission is later. The request is that I hope you are worthy of your compensation. 50 bottle caps." When everyone heard this number, many survivors looked enviously at Gri. It was rare to see such a generous employer even in Liberty City, let alone Chinatown. When Gri heard his compensation, he too looked joyful, but he quickly hid the joy behind humility and nodded. "I am honored to be of service to you." Jiang Chen nodded. After Gri received this envious job and thought that the lavish employer would get up and leave immediately, his employer continued to sit there as if he had no intention of leaving. "What do you want to drink?" the bartender asked, seeing that Jiang Chen didn't plan to leave. "No," Jiang Chen shook his head, and said in a voice that everyone could hear, "I said, I need to hire some people, probably 3 to 5 more." Gri was stunned, and the bartender almost didn't hold on to the glass in his hand. As for the survivors inside, they all went crazy. "Hire me. I know this area well. Are you planning to go to Liberty City or Steel City? No matter where you plan to go, as long as you say a name, I can definitely take you there. For 45, wait, no, 40 bottle caps. My reflex is 35. Shooting skill rating is B+. Hiring me will be a great choice." A gorilla-looking mercenary squeezed from the crowd to the front, patted his chest, and said confidently. "Handsome, don't you want to consider me? I can not only protect you during the day but also help you fix the water pipe at night." A certain mercenary in a nylon buckle vest winked while her arm was pressed against the bar. Compensation of 50 caps a day. For the survivors in the tavern, it was no different from picking up free money. Take the fake wine in their hands as an example. A bottle of whiskey blended with inferior alcohol was already considered a high-end product among the survivors at the bottom of the society, and a small half bottle was enough to make people drunk for a whole day. The compensation offered by Jiang Chen was enough to let them buy 2 bottles in one day. Take equipment, for example, 1 week's compensation could upgrade their entire gear. It was easy to imagine how tempting this job was. Jiang Chen was not in a rush with the swarm of survivors eager to sell themselves. He asked everyone a few questions. The bartender that received the tip also helped to ensure he got the best deal. Soon he picked two scavengers who looked clever and had reasonable credibility in this area. The two lucky ones were named Mike Wu and Zhao Fuxiang. Perhaps it was Jiang Chen's illusion, but there seemed to be a lot of people with the last name Zhao in Chinatown. Full of disappointment, the crowd around the bar gradually dispersed. Jiang Chen tossed a few large bottle caps on the bar to pay for Gri and the others' bill and left the tavern with 3 people. When the 3 saw the 6 power armors at the door, they were astonished, and the way they looked at Jiang Chen changed. If they were only envious when they saw the power armor on him, now they were completely conquered. Other than the National Guards, who else on the entire wasteland could arm a squad with power armors? They thought of a name already. Except that Gri and the others were still not convinced. After all, NAC disappeared from the West Coast half a month ago. Everyone, including Gri, believed that NAC considered this area too poor, and they had withdrawn to the rich and lavish Asia. The guard that he sent to gather intelligence had returned, Jiang Chen inquired. How is the situation? The boss who sells the nutrient supply doesn't know much about the colony, but I have heard some other interesting news. The guard glanced at the 3 strangers behind Jiang Chen, then he spoke in the team communication channel. Let's walk and talk. Jiang Chen gestured to Gri and the others behind him to follow, then he took the lead and headed for the entrance of Chinatown. Half a step behind Jiang Chen, the guard reported. According to the pharmacy owner, the governor of the colony and the predators were very close, and many predators simply decided to join Zhou Guoping and became mercenaries. That's like his style, it's nothing new, Jiang Chen snorted, then pursed his lips. What then? Zhou Guoping's personal charm always appealed to interesting people, such as grumpy scums like predators and robbers. It was difficult for ordinary people to communicate with them, but Zhou Guoping seemed to be able to mingle with them and even negotiate business with them easily. There was no derogation here. It was also an ability to unite the predators under one's own banner. When bandits became bodyguards, it would promote the safety of trade routes. It was not necessarily possible with hundreds of thousands of bullets. If the governor of North America was given to another person, that person would not necessarily do a better job. Jiang Chen was quite confident of himself with understanding character. If he was not confident with his ability, he would not have sent him to North America. The boss mentioned a name. Who? Jiang Chen asked. Blood Axe, the guard continued, one of the predator leaders who joined Zhou Guoping with his force. A month ago, he took his gang and appeared in Chinatown in the colony's name and purchased a batch of iodine and a whole container of nutrition supply, then soon left here. Interesting, Jiang Chen touched his chin and said, a whole container of nutrient supply, he is planning to travel far. I think so too, and the radiation level where they are going must be quite high. The guard's tone gave a hint of excitement. Not only that, according to the pharmacy owner, Blood Axe seemed to be searching for something for the colony. Searching for something? Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. What is it that can turn such a large colony into an empty town overnight? From intuition, it felt like Zhou Guoping and the people in the colony should be still alive, but where did they go? Jiang Chen's expression was a bit weird. He considered himself to not be a spiritualist, but now he was questioning if a supernatural event happened. After they left Chinatown, Jiang Chen looked at the 2 men and said, I have a task now for you too. Go to Steel City and Liberty City separately to hire 2 mercenary groups for me. Preferably larger than 300 people, and the stronger the firepower the better. Let them come to the airport and I will pay with what they are interested in. In addition, when you are hiring, help me gather some information about something. Jiang Chen dictated what he was looking to learn. After he confirmed that the 2 remembered, they agreed to meet at Santa Monica Airport in a week. Then, Jiang Chen urged the 2 to set off immediately. After the 2 left, Gri, who was next to him, looked at Jiang Chen and asked. What about me? I remember you said that you are very good at finding people. Jiang Chen turned his head to Gri, then said, I will give you a name now, and there are no clues other than that. How certain are you about finding this person? It's a bit difficult, but it's nothing for me. I said that as long as the person you are looking for is on the west coast, I'll definitely find the person. Gree grinned. Of course, there is another premise, the person has to live. Blood Axe, Jiang Chen said concisely. A very interesting name. Gree squinted his eyes while he rubbed his unshaven chin. I have heard of this man. A month ago, he took his people to join Outpost Town and turned into guards. However, in the end, he disappeared with the people in Outpost Town. How confident are you? Jiang Chen said. How do you know if you don't try? Gree shrugged. What is the reward? If you are looking for someone, Jiang Chen, who was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, threw a box of bottle caps directly into his arms before he could finish. The latter who caught the iron box was slightly confused. But when opened the lid and took a look, he almost dropped the box because of astonishment. This is the advance payment, and it is also your activity fund. Jiang Chen stared at Gree's widened eyes, and said unhurriedly, whether he is alive or dead, I want to see him. You have 10 days to complete this task. We will also meet at the airport. 3, 4, 5, 500, Gree counted the number in the box, gulped down, looked at Jiang Chen, and said in a tone that was both joking and serious, You are not afraid that I'll run away with the deposit? It's only 500 bottle caps. It may be a huge sum of money for you, but it's not a big deal to me, Jiang Chen said nonchalantly, and shrugged, if you run away with the money, at most I will spend twice the amount for the price of your life. The undertone in his statement seemed to be narrating an ordinary task, but in Gree's ears, his heartbeat almost stopped. 1,000 caps. Even 100 of those cute little things were enough to give California cowboys a reason to tear him apart. Gree felt that the iron box in his hands was turning hot. What's your answer? Jiang Chen asked patiently and ignored the expression on his face. The heavy weight in his hands, as well as the clanking sounds made by the bottle caps, made his brain gain some clarity. He took a deep breath, looked at Jiang Chen, and said solemnly. I will give you news in 10 days at the latest. Jiang Chen nodded. I'll be waiting for your good news. Chapter 1391 Who told you that it's just us? North American Colony, Governor's Mansion. Black Skull sat on the chair that previously belonged to Zhou Guoping with both his feet on the desk. He bathed in the warm sunlight streaming through the window as he picked his teeth with a toothpick and played with the badge in his hand. The bronze badge was gilded under the ray, and the 3 letters NAC, as well as a sword and a shield, were clearly visible. Black Skull did not know what this badge symbolized, but he did not care either. It was a trophy he took from the ship captain. He stuffed the badge into his pocket casually, then yawned lazily. There were no dry sands, no deadly poisonous scorpions, only the brackish sea breeze, and warm and welcoming sunlight. He had never dreamed of such a pleasant day, but now everything was so real. Containers filled with canned food and compressed biscuits and the piles of rice and potatoes made him gain the extravagant idea of using some of the grain to make wine. He only gave up on the idea because he was unable to find anyone skilled enough to do this. As for the possibility of NAC seeking revenge, to be honest, he was not very afraid of those Asians. He had to admit that they were indeed very powerful, and if they used their full force, even the National Guards would have to admit defeat. However, he also had the confidence that he ruled this piece of land, and he had a particularly big fist. Even in the worst-case scenario and NAC's army came to North America to seek revenge, if he decided to hide in the Nevada desert, who could find him? He had prepared 4 or 5 of the abandoned fallout shelters for situations like this. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. It was his bone-headed strategist, the crippled Bills, and the strong Slavic man with a mohawk, Rodney. One became the mayor of the outpost, and the other became the police sheriff, in charge of logistics and slaves. And Black Skull was naturally the person in charge. As for the specific title, he did not think of one yet. The mud crab breeding base has been cleaned up. What are these Asians' heads made out of? Why didn't anyone think about breeding these things before? Rodney touched the hair on his head and said with some confusion. Before the group of Asians came to North America, no one had ever tried the crab roe from mud crabs. The vast majority of people's choice of food was either nutrient supplies with different raw ingredients or the two-headed Brahman beef with a texture like sand. No one thought that a delicacy would be hidden inside the hard shell stronger than the power armor. Of course, deliciousness was accompanied by danger. While the slaves were cleaning the pond for breeding, Rodney witnessed several slaves get dragged down into the water by the powerful crabs and were mauled to death. The tragic scene of their miserable death even made his scalp numb. No matter what their heads are made out of, I only care about when my farm will resume production. Black Skull said while he yawned and neglected Rodney's confusion. In his opinion, no matter how smart and creative the yellow-skinned monkeys were, they eventually left everything for him. Without a doubt, he was the wisest and strongest in this wasteland. It has been resumed. I have arranged 20 slaves to run it. Whoever is lazy at work will be fed to the crabs. Rodney smiled cruelly. What about you? Black Skull looked at Bills and said lazily, is the inventory count done? The inventory count has been completed and all the supplies are recorded on it. As Bills responded, he flipped the book in his hand to the catalog and handed it to his boss respectfully. Converted into bottle caps, these materials are worth at least 70 million. You are already the richest man on the West Coast. Ha ha ha, the shriveled laughter filled the room. After he had laughed enough, he sat back down on the chair. He was quite satisfied with the term rich, especially after adding the prefix, the richest. It made him more satisfied than ever. As he flipped through the book, he nodded repeatedly and praised, good job, very good. We have plenty of supplies now. I suggest taking some canned food to Liberty City for weapons and slaves. While the boss was happy, Bills grinned and suggested, we must prepare early. Sooner or later the National Guards will come after this, and NAC as well. We ransacked their entire cargo ship after all. Slaves. Black Skull's ears perked up but he waved his hand as if the matter did not concern him. They are everywhere, why trade them with caps? Rodney, take a few trucks of our men around the city and catch some. Also, get me some big booty blondes. Yes, boss, count on me, Rodney said excitedly with a bloodthirsty glow in his eyes. The days of watching slaves work had made him feel bored a long time ago. In his bones, he was a militant. Although life here was comfortable, it was not the life Rodney wanted. Only looting and killing made him feel sparks of joy in his heart. Bills could only show a bitter smile on his face. He sighed in his mind and thought that his boss was not destined to become a warlord. Even if NAC left him an entire city, it would only become a marauder's castle in his hands. Once they squandered NAC's loot, they would have to return to the desert. Bills wanted to say something more but decided to close his mouth. Instead, he lowered his head and walked back. Although his boss could occasionally listen to others' opinions, he could never persuade him in anything related to principles. He could find all the typical shortcomings, such as laziness, stubbornness, stupidity, never thinking about tomorrow. Before the war, this idiot would have starved to death in a slum. But now in the apocalypse, on the wasteland, violence was the only criterion. Whoever had the biggest fist was the boss. On the other side, Jiang Chen took his guards and returned to Santa Monica Airport before the sun went down. When he just walked into the airport building, he happened to see the two recruited overseers walking out from the ticket gate with two corpses. Judging from the tattoos on the corpses, they most likely belonged to predators who were planning to escape. Jiang Chen was never polite to the predators that used their crooked brains to plot against him. He had already told his captain and Hanyu that if they encountered any disobedient predator to just shoot. After Jiang Chen entered the lobby, he saw Jing Shanhe sitting there studying a map. Jessica marked all the survivor settlements, predator camps, and even fallout shelters she knew on the Los Angeles City map attached to the airport brochure. When Jiang Chen saw Jiang Chen come in, he immediately put away the map, stood up, and saluted. "How is the progress on the runway?" Jiang Chen immediately reported, "A few disobedient predators were made examples, and now these foreigners are much more obedient. Now the runway has been repaired to 40%. If we work overnight, it should be fixed before noon tomorrow." "Very good." Jiang Chen nodded. Jiang Chen glanced at the people squatting in the corner of the waiting room, then he asked Jiang Chen for instructions. "What about those people? Should we continue to feed them?" "In a bit, get them downstairs and ask if they are willing to work for NAC. If they are willing to stay, 3 nutrient supplies a day, and after 2 months, the compensation can be improved. If they are not willing, then just let them leave and don't let them get in the way here." The price of 3 nutrient supplies was worth around 5 to 10 caps. Most survivors could barely fill their stomach with 2 tubes a day. For these poor people without a steady source of income, the compensation was very generous. Based on the unwritten rules on the wasteland, NAC destroyed airport gangs so these prisoners would continue to be slaves under NAC as spoils. Now, NAC was willing to give them compensation for their work. They would definitely sincerely express their gratitude for this generous treatment. After these 50 people joined them and were armed with a few guns, a cannon fodder force could be formed. "I'll go now." "Wait a moment, this is not a priority." Jiang Chen stopped Jiang Chen, sat down, and continued, "I have something else more crucial to discuss with you." Jiang Chen respectfully waited for Jiang Chen's instruction. "I plan to take the colony back from Black Skull. Based on what Han Yu said, they have a lot of our slaves, and most likely they are still alive. And the resources they have looted away, they are such a waste in their hands. Just with us." Jiang Chen digested the information and began to sweat. "This is too risky, we should wait for the expeditionary force. It will take at least a month for the expeditionary force to arrive in North America, and it will be more problematic if they force the slaves stand in the front." Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Chen, who wanted to say something but was reluctant to do so, then he laughed and continued on, "Also, who told you that it's just us? It was easy to take out Black Skull in the outpost, to the point where NAC did not even need to get involved. Problems that could be solved with money were not problems. Especially with canned food, which was completely worthless in the modern world." Jiang Chen gave the 2 Chinatown scavengers a week not to find the strongest mercenaries, but to release news in the 2 largest survivor settlements in California. Santa Monica Airport needed mercenaries. The runway of the airport was repaired, and the aerospace plane brought the second batch of supplies as scheduled. This time, the aerospace G-100 did not return to Pan Asia but landed on the runway of the airport. Communications in North America and Asia were still in a state of interruption. If an emergency did happen and they had to evacuate, it would take an hour before the plane arrived using communication with the interdimensional chip. In the next week, Jiang Chen had not gone anywhere and waited patiently in the airport. On the 3rd day after the 2 Chinese scavengers set off, mercenaries successively arrived at the airport, asking if they needed manpower. In line with the principle of more is better, Jiang Chen welcomed everyone to stay but did not immediately offer a commission. Instead, he asked them to wait patiently until a week later, during which time NAC would follow the standard of 3 nutrient supplies per person per day for free. If they did not want to waste time here, it was okay to come back a week later. And after a week, when the 2 scavengers returned to the airport with mercenary forces that met the requirements, the runway of Santa Monica Airport was already crowded with people. Everyone, without exception, did not look too pleased when they saw so many fellow colleagues here. If it weren't for NAC's free nutrient supplies, if it weren't for NAC's clear deadline, if it weren't for the fact that NAC's wealthy impression had been deeply rooted among the West Coast survivors. If there were not so many reasons, they would have already dispersed. In front of the glass windows of the airport building, Jiang Chen counted them from a distance and concluded there were at least 2,000 people. These mercenaries were poorly equipped. Some were carrying customized drone backpacks on their backs and composite body armors. Some of them couldn't even afford to wear clothes and had a few pieces of rags with a .38 caliber iron barrel rifle on their shoulder. Do we need to continue to wait? Walking to the side of Jiang Chen, Zheng Shanhe hesitantly said, those mercenaries have grown impatient. I'm worried that if we keep waiting, there may be problems. Wait until noon. Jiang Chen raised his hand and looked at his watch. It's only 2 hours anyway. 2 hours passed quickly, both for the mercenaries on the runway and for NAC. Afterward, a few lone travelers who decided to try their luck came sporadically. Jiang Chen estimated that it was time, so he walked to the side of the airport runway and turned on the loudspeaker on the power armor. First of all, to all of you who have waited patiently until now, I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of NAC. In order to ensure that no information is leaked, we have not announced our mission. However, I am here to assure you, we will hire each of you because this is a big mission. In front of the countless mercenaries, Jiang Chen keenly noticed the impatient expressions of the few people in front of him. Therefore, he didn't waste much time in the opening remarks and went straight to the point. A month ago, we lost control of our outpost. After being ordered to land on the west coast, I found a group of predators had occupied our outpost. The mission is to retake our outpost. Retake the outpost? The mercenaries present suddenly had a commotion when they heard the mission. A mercenary dressed as a cowboy in the front row stepped forward. Retake outpost town for you. If you are no match for Black Skull, how do you think we can win? This is all for us to be cannon fodder for you. Before the accident, there were 50 power armors stationed in Outpost Town, and countless kinetic skeletons, and this strong lineup was no match for Black Skull. The survivors on the west coast started to take a different path when they heard the name Black Skull. Many people agreed with this mercenary's speech. Especially those mercenaries that were poorly equipped. After they heard the sentence they agreed with, they were debating if they should leave. I can tell you responsibly that the fall of Outpost Town had nothing to do with Black Skull. They got lucky, but I hope you can get some intelligence from them, Jiang Chen said with certainty. How much do you plan to pay us? Another mercenary asked the question that concerned everyone. It depends on how much you do, Jiang Chen looked at the person in front of him, and then said, I won't pay you equal salary, because it's very unfair to those who have real ability. I can guarantee that each of you will get at least 1 can of canned meat and I'll add 1 can for every predator you kill. Whoever catches Black Skull, I will reward him with a whole box. You should know clearly how many bottle caps they are worth in Liberty City. The price offered by Jiang Chen made the mercenaries take a deep breath. Driven by their interests, those who were debating if they should leave, also abruptly stopped their feet mid-air. *T, thousands of cans, that is not a small sum, a mercenary licked his dry lips, looked at Jiang Chen's eyes with suspicion and greed, and said in an uncertain tone. Before I start, I want to see our reward. Don't tell me you plan to produce them from your pockets. Of course, they're not in my pockets. Your reward is in the pockets of Black Skull. Jiang Chen looked at the mercenary in front of him and smiled. Just 2 weeks ago, they ransacked the cargo ship we sent to North America. Although those things are nothing to us, they captured our citizens, which made us very angry. If you take down Outpost Town, I can divide up half of the goods based on how much you contribute. Wealth made people crazy. It even made those mercenaries selectively forget the tradition of paying the deposit first. Although the mercenaries present knew that Outpost Town was now controlled by Black Skull Gang, they really did not know that they ransacked NAC's cargo ship. If that was the case, the predators with NAC supplies must be filthy rich. It was impossible for any mercenary group to take down Black Skull alone, and thus impossible to swallow all the supplies, especially when the predators were defending a fortified place. But it was a different story if everyone fought together. There were at least 2,000 mercenaries standing here. It was no exaggeration to say that this force alone was enough to sweep the entire West Coast. The National Guards or Minutemen would have to weigh their decision carefully if they encountered this force. After a simple dispatch, more than 2,000 mercenaries were led by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen returned to the airport lobby, then looked to the two Chinese from Chinatown. "Did you gather any intelligence on the things I asked?" Mike Wu and Zhao Fuxiang glanced at each other, and finally the former spoke first. "I couldn't find anything from Steel City, except that the power armor team of the National Guards have been patrolling a bit too frequently. Also, I didn't hear anything about the rumors you have mentioned." Jiang Chen looked to Zhao Fuxiang, who replied immediately. "The same is true in Liberty City. Minutemen's Rangers have been patrolling very frequently. These are all visible changes. In addition, I heard a scavenger in the tavern mention that recently the Liberty City Council has been discussing whether to expand the conscription. They are most likely preparing for war, but I don't know who the opponent is." In that case, Jiang Chen rubbed his chin as he digested this information. Then he nodded slightly. "I see. Black Skull needed slaves, more slaves." When he saw the progress of the construction site was postponed day by day, Black Skull, who didn't want to waste more supplies, finally could not sit around longer. He gathered his subordinates early in the morning and rolled out in a dozen modified armored vehicles and several large trucks. Under the flag of Black Skull, they headed to the city. With half of the subordinates gone, the rest of them wandered around the fortress as usual when they had nothing to do. If they saw a slave that did not please their eyes, they would kick them. If they had urges, they would take off their pants. The time in Outpost Town was like heaven. On the guard tower at the front door, two predators leaned their automatic rifles to one side with low-quality cigarettes in their mouth. They chatted as they passed the boring time on guard. One of the predators spat on the guard tower and cursed, "Fu*K, I should have gone out with the boss. I bet they must be enjoying life outside. When they come back, we can only play with the scraps left behind." "What's wrong with that?" The other predator smiled lasciviously and shook his two fingers holding onto the cigarette. "Compared to the disobedient wild kitten, I prefer." Before he could finish his sentence, blood mist and brain matter exploded all over the guard tower. The predator that was talking immediately ducked down and rolled to the side. He ignored the cigarette that fell onto the ground, and hurriedly grabbed the radio. "This is the guard tower. We encountered a sniper." The radio seemed to be broken, there was no response. "Fu*K. The predator smashed the radio to the ground, then glanced at his companion who had his brain exploded. His heart began to pound. Just as he resisted the nausea he started to feel and removed the binocular from the corpse's neck to observe the situation outside the tower, he suddenly stopped moving. His eyes met a drone. To be precise, it was the muzzle under the drone. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The man with a sniper rifle equipped on his back pressed the shooting button and looked at the blood spatter on the screen of the tablet. Then he put back the tablet and spoke into the radio on his shoulder. "The threats in the guard tower are eliminated." On the other side, in the room near the front door of the fortress, an agile mercenary sneaked into the room and silently sliced the necks of the two predators with a dagger. He walked to a monitoring terminal and inserted a USB from his pocket. When all the pictures on the screen froze, a cruel smile formed. "My side is good too." There was not the slightest omen. When the predators stationed here met the gaze of the mercenaries who had sneaked into the fortress, it was too late. The sudden gunfire broke the silence of the fortress. With the sound of the first shot, countless gunshots ensued. The mercenaries who rushed into Outpost Town were engaged in a fierce battle at the front garden of the fortress before they opened the space below the governor's mansion. Even if the battle was full of customized high-tech weapons, laser beams mixed with bullets, drones flying in the air, thermal grenades and EMP grenades thrown back and forth, the battle between cannon folders was not artistic at all. However, As time passed, the Black Skull Gang soon began to show signs of decline. When the quality of weapons was similar, the quantity determined the outcome. A predator slammed his shoulder heavily into the concrete wall next to him, stuck his rifle out of cover, and fired at the mercenaries attacking the fortress. However, the inaccurate shots were ineffective. He was quickly forced to take cover again. *T, their firepower is too strong. Mohawk Rodney slammed the clip into the rifle with his trembling hands and gritted his teeth. He endured the cement crumbs that constantly slammed against his cheeks, then looked at the EP on his left arm. His EP was connected to a drone terminal, and now 5 of the 6 drones bounded to it was offline, and only one remained on the battlefield. He gritted his teeth, raised his rifle and fired indiscriminately, then tossed a smoke grenade before he snuck to the governor's mansion. His only hope was for his boss to come back soon and flank these cannon folders with the armored vehicles. It was his only hope for survival. K, NAC mobilized a division to deal with us, Bills lied behind cover in horror. He used the cameras he placed in the building to overlook the battle in front of the fortress, then he muttered to himself, "No, they are not from NAC, they are mercenaries." Just then, a grenade fell beside him. Bills processed what had just happened and the panic in his eyes instantly turned into despair. The strong desire to survive urged him to jump to the side, but he only jumped by half a step before the scorching waves hit his chest, and the flying shrapnel brought his consciousness to Satan. When the predators saw the 3rd highest-ranking leader fall down, their morale collapsed. Many predators even left their cover and escaped. The mercenaries didn't pursue further when the predators were defeated. They rushed into the governor's mansion, for fear that their credits would be stolen by others. Soon, Rodney's roar came from the governor's mansion. However, this roar did not stop the defeat of the Black Skull Gang. Rodney, who had run out of ammunition, picked up his chair and wanted to make a path through the group of mercenaries. However, he obviously overestimated his strength and was pushed down by the mercenaries within a few seconds. He was tied up and sent to Jiang Chen. After Jiang Chen learned the news of the victory, he brought 6 of his guards to the colony. In the open downstairs space of the governor's mansion, he saw the man with the mohawk. "Are you Black Skull?" Jiang Chen stopped beside Rodney, took a few glances at the mohawk on the ground, then raised his eyebrows and said, "I remember Black Skull is black. He is Rodney, nicknamed Bone Crusher, the second-in-rank leader of the Black Skull Gang. He stayed at base, and most likely their boss went to raid." Jessica followed behind Jiang Chen and explained with a flattering tone. Although Rodney was pinned down by 2 hands on the back of his head, he did not succumb as soon as he was captured like most predators. His eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Jiang Chen from the ground. "Bone Crusher. Interesting name." Jiang Chen nodded, squatted down slightly, and responded to Rodney's stare with the tactical eyepiece glowing red on the armor of his head. Then he said with a smile, "If your eyes don't hurt, you can try to stare a bit harder." Rodney did not speak, but his eye muscles twitched. "I don't believe in unconditional loyalty, especially the loyalty of predators. From the standpoint of a merchant, I would be happy to discuss a deal with you." With a smile, Jiang Chen said softly, "Of course, you can also refuse. But before you refuse, I hope you think about the mud crab pond next to the outpost. Those big guys don't look good when they eat." When Rodney heard the mud crab pond, a trace of panic appeared on his face. His fearless expression started to waver out of fear. "You have 30 seconds to think about it." Jiang Chen stood up and looked at Jessica next to him. "You count to 30 for me. If he doesn't plan to cooperate, then send him to the pond to play with the mud crabs." After Jiang Chen said these words, he walked to the governor's mansion. *T. You devil. Rodney desperately twisted his body when he saw Jiang Chen leave. However, other than getting mud all over his face, the 4 hands in his back did not allow him to move an inch. 15. Jessica's scalp felt numb as she counted down and looked at Rodney struggle to break free. In the end, Jiang Chen was correct. The loyalty of the predators was a joke. The mohawk pinned down by Jiang Chen's guards no longer looked fearless when Jessica counted to 10. Instead, he started to plead with tears in his eyes. Fu*K, no, please. Please. Don't feed me to those crabs. What do you want me to do? I'll do anything. On the road 2 kilometers from Outpost Town, a cloud of dust was created by the rolling tires. 5 armored vehicles at the front and rear cleared the way. The desert-colored front armor surface was sprayed with black paint in the shape of a skull. The rusty trucks sandwiched between the armored vehicles carried a group of lifeless men and women. Their hands and feet were tied with rope and they were tied together with an iron chain. A group of men with rifles on their shoulders stood behind them. From their weird tattoos and vulgar actions, they did not look like good people. Don't fight me for it. I caught this chick. I'm going to train her slowly. I'll let you guys have fun once I'm done. *T, is there anything you do that can help you last for more than 3 minutes? We can help you when you are tired. What the *K did you say? Who are you saying only last 3 minutes? Ha 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 ha, one of you can be in the front while one of you can be in the back and see who can actually last for 3 minutes. When a predator with braids saw the two were about to fight, he intervened and humped the air. I can be the referee for you. Catelyn, in the fallout shelter uniform, shrank into the corner of the truck. As she listened to their brazen words and ruthless laughter, her face was full of panic and helplessness. Before the door of the fallout shelter opened, they were fully prepared to face the world baptized by nuclear weapons. They were ready to rescue the compatriots in California, face the radioactive dust, carry out post-disaster reconstruction above the shelter, spread the fire of civilization throughout California, and revive the civilization that once prospered on this land. However, everything was beyond their expectations from the beginning. They had just opened the door to save a group of poor and hungry people. However, they didn't expect that these hungry people who sought help would turn into extremely vicious predators once they got in. They turned their guns at the people who tried to help. Catelyn closed her eyes in pain, tears of despair flowed out from her eyes. From the moment she was taken onto the truck, from seeing the way those men looked at her, she could already imagine her destiny. If her hands and feet were not tied up, she really wanted to jump off the truck into the rolling wheels and say goodbye to the cruel world. God! What is going on in this world? Black Skull sat in the armored car at the head of the convoy. He had a cigar in his mouth, and the arc of his mouth showed that he was enjoying this ride. This cigar was found in the office of the fallout shelter head. Based on the brand and place of origin, it seemed to be a high-end product imported from Cuba. Before the nuclear war, he couldn't even think of this kind of high-end stuff, but he didn't expect to have the opportunity to taste it now after the war. In general, this trip was a great harvest. He didn't expect that he just went for a tour to the north of California and happened to receive a radio from a fallout shelter that just opened. As an experienced predator, he certainly wouldn't let go of this good opportunity and immediately went to the location. First, a few people were sent into the shelter, pretending to be refugees to take advantage of their sympathy. Then while the guards were not paying attention, they threw the thermite on the engine of the fallout shelter gate, which turned the people inside the fallout shelter into lambs ready to be slaughtered. The loot was not only the box of cigars in his pocket, but also supplies that filled the trucks, and nearly 1,000 slaves. With more than 1,000 slaves, it was possible to finish the large project left by NAC before the end of October. Soon, the convoy arrived at the fortress in Outpost Town. Mohawk Rodney stood above the main entrance of the fort and had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw Black Skull sitting behind the armored vehicle, he turned around and shouted at the people in the back. "Open the gate." The steel front gate slowly opened, and Black Skull knocked twice on the top cover of the armored car. The driver sitting inside immediately stepped on the gas, and the whole convoy moved slowly again. As usual, the slave hunters who went out returned with trucks full of loot. But for some reason, when Black Skull looked at the gate, he frowned and felt something was off. It wasn't until the convoy drove halfway through the front door that he suddenly realized what was wrong. Normally, Rodney would always wait for him at the gate when he returned, he would never stand at the top of the fortress. Moreover, they brought back more than a dozen trucks of slaves, but his subordinates did not even make a sound. Everything was so abnormal. But when he realized this, it was too late. "Stop!" Black Skull shouted to the convoy behind him and jumped down. But before he could gain his footing, a deafening explosion came directly under the armored vehicle behind him. *T. Rodney. I will peel your skin off. By luck, Black Skull survived the explosion. He wiped his blood-covered face and rushed beside the armored vehicle, then he fired back while smacking the armor, "Reverse the goddamn CR. Reverse." But the convoy was already halfway in, how could it reverse out? Gunshots and the sound of bullets flying ravaged above the fortress and flew inches above the trucks. The captured men and women screamed and ducked down. Many people were injured by stray bullets. The predators who tried to resist fell one after another in a pool of blood, and the entire front door had become a mess filled with gunpowder. Catelyn buried her head tightly between her arms as she listened to the sound of a heavy machine gun. Tethered to the chains, they couldn't even jump out of the truck to avoid them. They could only listen to the sound of bullets whizzing through the air in horror and prey. The sound of explosions came one after another, and the firepower ambushing Black Skull was extremely intense. In the constant attack of bazookas, the armored vehicles that had been modified either exploded or stalled. Only the 4 armored vehicles in the back barely escaped from the mercenaries. When Black Skull realized that he had lost grip of the situation, he wanted to escape among the defeated predators. But since he already stepped into the trap, there was no way for him to escape. At this time, the mercenaries that took care of the predators in the back started to gather towards him and surrounded Black Skull and his elites. In an unwilling roar, the demon who had harmed California and Nevada for more than 10 years was finally pressed to the ground by a group of strong mercenaries and chained with handcuffs and an electronic collar. Rodney watched with guilt when he saw his boss get pinned down. Then he turned around and left with a look of shame. As if a century had passed, the gunfire stopped. Like other slaves, Catelyn slowly raised her head from the clamped arms and looked out of the truck. A group of mercenaries jumped into the truck and cut the rope from their hands. At this moment, she met several soldiers in power armor. "Congratulations, you're very lucky that you ran into us after encountering predators." Jiang Chen walked to the front of the convoy, looked at the stalled trucks, and opened the loudspeaker. "I can see that you are residents of a fallout shelter, and I welcome you on behalf of NAC. Since you have already paid the price for your kindness, I won't say anything more. You have half an hour to rest. If you're rested, go and gather at the gate. There will be people here telling you what happened in the world and how you can survive on this wasteland in the future." The heavy eyelids moved lightly. Consciousness gradually returned. Blood Axe opened his eyes, shook his dizzy head, and struggled to get up from the ground. He saw his rifle was on the ground not far away. He stumbled over, picked up the rifle, used it as support, and finally stood up against the wall. He couldn't see his fingers in the dark cave. He moved his corner of his cracked lips, then took out a red flare rod from his backpack. After he lit it with a lighter, he threw it forward with force. The orange-red flame formed a projectile in the air and rolled to the ground. It lit up the entire space. Blood Axe used the flashing firelight, narrowed his eyes, and looked around. The steep cliff was like a cage that imprisoned him in darkness and despair. From time to time, strands of fine quicksand fell from above. Like a light yarn, it dragged across the dry ground and left a faint line on the ground. Right in front him was a dark cave. The cave seemed like the only way out, and he didn't know where it led. Where the *K is this place? He cursed and opened the EP on his left wrist. Like most survivors, his EP was equipped with a radio mapping chip, which allowed simple surveying and mapping of small-scale terrain even without relying on satellites. However, it was not very useful at this moment. The length of the cave in front of him was obviously longer than 100 meters and there was darkness at the end of the map Fu*K. He slammed his fist against the rock wall and a trace of despair appeared on his face. He started to regret. Just a month ago, he took this task from Zhou Guoping. The Asian promised him that if he found NATO's nuclear arsenal, he would be awarded the status of the upper-class citizen of NAC, and he would be rewarded with a full box of canned food. For the mercenaries that served the colony, the status of a legal citizen was everything they dreamt of. Even for a leader among predators, like Blood Axe, not to mention that he would directly become an upper-class citizen. To become an upper-class citizen meant never starving to death. Even if he did nothing, he could enjoy necessities. If he worked a little harder and gained merits in the army, it was possible to become an honorable knight. But now all these dreams were nonsense. If he could not walk out of here alive, what would be the difference between being a knight or a predator? Blood Axe fixated his sights on the only way out and hesitated for a moment. Then he loaded the automatic rifle, walked forward, and picked up the flare rod from the ground. It was an inevitable death to stay, and there was only one way in front of him, he could only continue forward. No matter if the way led to heaven or hell, no matter if it was the lair of death claws or other mutants, he could only continue. In the end, the desire to live defeated the fear of darkness and the unknown. Fu*K. Fu*K. After he cursed a few times, as if it was a way to cheer himself up, Blood Axe spat on the ground. Determined, he put the rifle under his right arm, held the flare rod like a torch with his left hand, and carefully moved toward the depths of the cave. Black Skull was thrown into the colony's prison. Based on NAC's law, he would be sentenced to death. However, Jiang Chen gave him a chance to atone for his sins. If he could confess something useful, it would not be impossible to spare his sinful life. As for the predators, they were all demoted to slaves. The survivors who had been enlisted at Santa Monica Airport immediately came in handy. They were led by the foreman Hanyu. They pointed their rifles at these predators and watched them work on the construction site. The 200 immigrants detained in the colony were all rescued, and together with the more than 1,000 survivors from the fallout shelter, they were temporarily placed in the colony's residence. Before Jiang Chen could determine the reason why the inhabitants of the colony disappeared, he didn't have much work for them. He was thinking about a possibility now. If the disappearance of the inhabitants of the colony was caused by human factors, then now that the NAC had recaptured the colony, would the disaster that happened once happen again? Out of this concern, Jiang Chen did not immediately disband the mercenaries in the fortress. A guard who had worked in the logistics department was sent to the warehouse. Jiang Chen gave him the job of counting materials and distributing loot, and then sent a message through the interdimensional communication chip to Sun Jiao. The message was to inform her that the airships of the expeditionary force could take off. In order to restore the operation of the colony as soon as possible, he also instructed Sun Jiao to speak with Wang Qing and transfer a group of civil servants from the logistics department. The military government had considered the size of the talent pool carefully. Despite the drastic change at the colony, a transfer of talents would not impede the operation of the logistics department. Most of the 30,000 people who had gone missing were bought slaves, and less than 1/10 of those were immigrants from NAC. The only real pity was the 50 power armors and the 500 soldiers. But Jiang Chen felt that they were probably still alive. Because it was more 30,000 people. Even if 30,000 chickens were killed, it was impossible to do so silently. It was already dark outside the governor's mansion. Thank you for saving us from those robbers. Seriously, I thought everything was done for when they pointed their guns against our head. Thanks to you, I really don't know how to thank you. The supervisor of the fallout shelter stood in front of Jiang Chen. He was a white man about 40 years old named Matthew Hall. Judging from his manners, temperament, and speech, this supervisor was very similar to the upper-class people he has met in Los Angeles in the modern world. However, he seemed quite different from normal politicians and businessmen. If he had to find a comparison, he was very similar to those artists who were committed to charity and philanthropy. "Don't thank me," Jiang Chen smiled lightly, "since you have appeared on NAC's land, in accordance with NAC law, we must provide you with minimum protection. What's more, the Black Skull Gang is our enemy." Just 2 hours ago, Matthew had already learned about the world from Jiang Chen, who explained the situation to the Blueskins. Although Matthew had reservations about the NAC military government, he also had to admit that following the pre-war regime on this wasteland would not work. Especially since NAC saved them, since they did not have a better place to go. On behalf of all the fallout shelter residents, he agreed to NAC's invitation and decided to settle in Outpost Town, or rather, the NAC colony in North America. "Regardless of what you say, I still have to thank you. In addition, there are still some things in the fallout shelter that we have prepared for reconstruction after the war. I want to take a few people back and retrieve the things locked in the warehouse. If it is convenient, I hope I can borrow 3 trucks because there is a lot of stuff," Matthew said. "This is no problem. I will send some mercenaries with you." "Thank you," Matthew said sincerely. "You're welcome." Jiang Chen waved his hand and said with a smile, "Why so polite? Anyway, whatever good things you get, they will also be used in my colony." After Jiang Chen spoke a few words to Jiang Chen, he ordered him to send dozens of mercenaries to drive the looted trucks and escort Matthew and several other shelter residents. He then walked to the governor's mansion. With Jiang Chen's permission, Matthew picked 3 trucks from the garage and replaced them with new nuclear fusion cores. He selected a few fallout shelter residents who could drive and drove towards the fallout shelter escorted by 2 guards and 50 mercenaries. After Jiang Chen went back to the governor's mansion, he walked straight into Zhou Guoping's office. There was a rancid stink of oil permeating inside the room, and empty cans were thrown everywhere as they scattered around on the ground. The only thing that looked clean was the chair. Obviously, Black Skull didn't cherish this new home, or rather, he didn't plan to stay here for long. When he walked to the desk that originally belonged to Zhou Guoping, he sat in his chair, then swept the empty cans and some strange medicine boxes on the table down to the ground. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that the corner of the table was engraved with a capital letter D by a knife or other sharp object. D. He examined this letter for a while, then put the thought aside, and opened the desk drawer. The documents in the drawers were neatly stacked. Since they were not thrown into the corner of the room as wastepaper, there was a high probability that no one has touched them. Jiang Chen took out a document, flicked the dust on it lightly, turned open the first page, and followed the line of words. It was a financial statement detailing every import and export order between the colony and North American survivor settlements in August and September. It was evident that Zhou Guoping had done some work and did not spend his days in North America messing around. Every line of large financial expenditures was detailed with remarks and Zhou Guoping's own signature. Jiang Chen tried to find some clues from this, but unfortunately, other than the trade volume, as of the end of September, the relationship between the colony and the National Guards and Minutemen, the 2 major local forces on the West Coast, seemed to be good. He could not identify more clues. The only thing that was certain now was that Zhou Guoping might have gotten into trouble with someone he shouldn't have gotten on the wrong side of, or he discovered something so incredible so that that person or force had spent so much effort to take out the entire colony, and even blocked radio communications between the West Coast and Pan-Asia. If those people really tried to conceal something, then it was likely that the valuable information was already erased before Black Skull walked into this office. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside the office. After Jiang Chen received permission from Jiang Chen, he pushed open the door and walked in. At the instruction of Jiang Chen himself, he went to the colony's dungeon to interrogate the predator leader Black Skull. Originally, He thought it would take a lot of effort and even prepared a plan, but he didn't expect this guy to spill out everything so easily. He told him everything he knew and only begged the NAC not to kill him. He stated he did not take down Outpost Town himself and he only took advantage of the situation. This quickly. Jiang Chen tossed the financial report onto the table and looked at his captain. Black Skull has already confessed. Yes, we didn't even use any tools. He confessed everything immediately after he saw me, and even explained the locations of their fallout shelters in the Nevada desert and their lock codes. This is? Jiang Chen asked curiously when he saw the document on the table. It's the colony's financial statement for September. The last item of financial expenditure shows September 25th. If there is no problem with this financial statement, then we can conclude that Zhou Guoping probably got into trouble. Let's not talk about this. Tell me what you got from him, Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen nodded, then reported his findings from the interrogation to Jiang Chen. Your guess is correct. The colony was indeed not taken over by Black Skull. The confession of Black Skull was basically consistent with Rodney's statement. They were here to sell slaves to Outpost Town, but they realized that no one was here. In order to avoid offending the NAC, they waited outside the fort for 3 days before sending someone in to investigate. Only then did they confirm that the entire fort was empty. Is there any other information? Jiang Chen was somewhat confused. Isn't it weird that such a big fort had turned into an empty city, and they just decided to live here and made themselves feel at home? I specifically asked about that. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He originally thought NAC abandoned the colony and withdrew. After the NAC cargo ship arrived at the port, he began to wonder if something went wrong. However, when he saw the canned food on the cargo ship, he immediately put all doubts behind him. AS order will arrive in about 2 weeks. I suggest that during this time it is better for us to stay put, Jiang Chen cautiously suggested to the speechless Jiang Chen. If those people are hiding in the dark and can make the entire colony disappear silently, there is no reason they won't do the same to us. If they could, they would have done it a long time ago. Jiang Chen tapped his index finger on the table, sorted the clues in his head, and said, from the time I hired those 2 scavengers to go to Liberty City and Steel City to spread news, I have been wondering if those hiding in the dark would do anything. However, it came surprisingly that they didn't pay attention to us at all. Everything from us gathering mercenaries to taking back the colony, everything happened so smoothly. Sweat droplets began to form on Jiang Shanha's forehead as the thought frightened him. Until half a minute ago, he still admired Jiang Chen's decision to retake the colony without using a single soldier. Now, he could somewhat understand why when Captain Liu drank with him after the handover of the captain, he looked so relieved. Then what should we do now? Jiang Shanha gulped down and asked. He was worried that Jiang Chen would make another dangerous decision. He was not worried about himself, since the military government would take care of his family. But if anything happened to Jiang Chen, it was difficult to say whether his family in Wanhai could see the sun the next day. We'll decide when the 3rd person I sent out comes back. I won't make a move in the meantime, Jiang Chen said without a change of expression. Blood axe is very important. Before the colony disappeared, he showed up in the drugstore in Chinatown with the colony permit and purchased supplies. If I remember correctly, he was going to help the colony go out to find something. In addition to the nutrient supplies, he purchased iodine. Jiang Shanha let out a sigh of relief in his mind. He also agreed to stay put for now. In any case, waiting for the expeditionary force to land in North America was the safest choice. After Jiang Chen asked Jiang Shanha to leave, the office returned to its previous silence. He focused on the capital letter, D, engraved on the corner of the table again. With a frown, he connected the clues in his head. The predator named Blood Axe. Radiation. D. Are the clues connected somehow? There was also the intelligence of the 2 Chinese scavengers from the National Guards and Minutemen. Whether it was Steel City or Liberty City, their troops were frequently patrolling, and it was a signal of an imminent war. Who are they guarding against? West Coast Meteorological Observation Center. What the foo asterisk K is this? Blood Axe's beating heart gradually calmed down. With the light of the flare rod, the moment when he made out the rusty characters clearly, an unspeakable amount of disappointment arose in his heart. After half a month's time, countless brothers' lives, he traversed through half of the Nevada desert on foot, and finally arrived here after he had risked everything. However, what was in front of him was not a NATO nuclear arsenal, but rather a meteorological observation center. The backpack full of iodine was useless. Foo asterisk K, the fist holding the flare rod shook, and after he squeezed out the sentence between his chapped lips, Blood Axe spat against the ground in anger and extinguished the flare rod. He found a place nearby and sat down slowly against the rocky cliff. It's impossible. This can't be wrong, the delivery address is clearly here. Blood Axe turned on the EP on his left arm, stared at the fluorescent screen, and focused the map coordinate. Could it be? The name of the West Coast Meteorological Observation Center is just a cover. In fact, it is filled with different types of nuclear warheads. It was certainly a possibility. Not satisfied that his own efforts were just in vain. After he rested for a while, he stood up, took out the lighter from his pocket, and reignited the flare rod in his hand. After his eyes had adapted to the orange-red fire, he walked to the underground observation center. The door was open, which saved him a lot of trouble. The empty hall was littered with pieces of paper and rubbish, and the dry ground was covered with a thick layer of dust. Just like most buildings on the wasteland that have been abandoned for many years, it was obvious that no one has been here for a long time. Not even a mutant cockroach could be seen in the silent corridor, which was quite rare even for an underground cave that is more than 100 meters deep. The ventilation system should still be normal, probably because the energy-saving mode has been activated. The power system should be intact, but I don't know how long that will last. Blood Axe glanced at the still brightly lit flare rod in his hand, then stopped in front of an electronic door and took out a brown graphene card from his pocket. This kind of card was sold in many places with different viruses downloaded inside to crack electronic locks like this. Many pre-war facilities that have been in disrepair could be cracked by this card. All scavengers and predators always kept one handy with them. Blood Axe swiped the card at the infrared scanner, then took 2 steps back. However, to his surprise, the electronic door did not open right away. Instead, there was a soft click from the crack of the door, which sounded like it was locked from behind. This soft sound caught Blood Axe by surprise. He had lived for so long, and it was the first time this card failed. However, this failure did not make him feel frustrated, but rather, it made him feel a little excited. If this place truly was the West Coast Meteorological Observation Center, there was no reason for the security level to be higher than that of the California Bank. He once used this card to open the vault of the California Bank safe. He tossed his backpack on the ground and took out some thermite with excitement. He roughly estimated the thickness of the lower door panel and the required amount of thermite, then he glued it to the lock position. He grabbed his backpack and ran for more than 10 meters before he stopped and pressed the detonator in his hand. With a loud boom, the white light directly melted the thick metal door and left sparks everywhere. Blood Axe stepped forward and kicked the half-covered door, then rushed inside with his rifle. Under normal circumstances, this violent demolition method usually triggered the security system in the building. But perhaps because of disrepair, the security system was not maintained for a long time. After he kicked down the door, Blood Axe did not encounter any resistance, so he blasted his way through into the depths of the facility. Fortunately, he had enough thermite in his backpack. Just after the 4th electronic door was melted through, he knocked open the iron door that was hanging on the door frame with his shoulder and rushed into a hexagonal hall. The dry air blew into his face, along with the sound of the servers running. The hall was quite empty, with only a suspended walkway extending from the main entrance to the center. There were bottomless abysses on both sides of the aisle, and it appeared the same above. A behemoth made of steel rose from the unfathomable abyss with countless spirals of interlaced cables that moved towards the unreachable ceiling. The signal lights arranged on the steel surface flashed in an orderly manner and ran smoothly following the command of the program. "What is this?" Blood Axe stared at the behemoth blankly, then slowly lowered the muzzle in his hand. He didn't find any nuclear warheads, but he found a behemoth. Intuition told him that this thing should be a supercomputer, and it was a gigantic one. He just didn't know why NATO would smuggle nuclear weapons here, load them into containers full of toys, and contract a civilian company to deliver them. Forget it, forget it. Blood Axe shook his head vigorously and left all his confusions behind him. He vaguely remembered that NAC was buying these types of novel equipment, including spacecraft or other interesting high-tech instruments. Although he did not find a nuclear arsenal, this discovery would be considered a great achievement, at least his effort was not in vain. He had to find the way out now. The elevator in front of the main entrance was broken, and now he could only hope that there is an emergency evacuation passage in other places. When he thought about this, he glanced at the behemoth behind him for the last time before he turned around. However, as soon as he turned around, his whole body seemed to be stunned, his feet frozen in place. A drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and the rifle in his hand began to tremble. He didn't know when his retreat had been blocked by a group of soldiers. Soldiers wearing NATO standard kinetic skeleton were like black ghosts standing there, as they lined up neatly in 4 rows at the entrance of the hall. Their tactical eyepieces were gleaming with pale blue light. The streamlined-looking rifle, as well as the deadly vibe, dissipated any courage Blood Axe had to fight. He had no suspension that if he showed any hostility, he would turn into a corpse in less than 0.1 seconds. At this time, a man in a military uniform stepped out of the crowd. In his eagle-like eyes, there was an indescribable amount of shock and excitement when he looked up at the behemoth. As if he hadn't seen Blood Axe standing there, he walked forward and stood still under the behemoth. As if he was looking at some miracle left by God, he sighed with emotion. 20 years, I finally found it. Who are you? Blood Axe could not resist his urge to ask the question that bothered him. The officer finally noticed Blood Axe, turned around, and examined him with an eagle-like gaze. The gaze made Blood Axe feel uneasy. Without any warning, the pressure on Blood Axe suddenly disappeared. "McCarthy, you can call me Colonel McCarthy, or General McCarthy." The majestic man extended his right hand, and the aura of the superior exuded from him. His tone made no secret of the superiority and indisputability in his bone. "First of all, on behalf of the American government, I would like to thank you for your contribution to the great cause of rejuvenation. When everything is over, I'll award you the Medal of Excellence for Citizen." Blood Axe was stunned. American. If his memory from before the war was correct, it was a word that dated back to the middle of the 21st century, before NATO turned from a military alliance to a political alliance. Now that Blood Axe heard someone say it seriously, other than the oddness, he didn't know how he should feel. In the endless sea, a cargo ship sailed forward. "Where are we going?" "Panama's concentration camp. That is where you yellow-skinned monkeys belong." When the officer said this, his face was filled with indescribable arrogance and contempt. "From the moment you set foot on the United States, we have been watching you." Zhou Guoping looked at the man with a gloomy expression, clenched his fists, but finally swallowed his anger down. Although these Americans treated him as a senior prisoner of war, with courtesy, he had no doubt that if he did something unwise at this moment, this officer, who did not like him from the start, would definitely take advantage of this golden opportunity to treat him with a bullet. When the officer saw Zhou Guoping's clenched fist slowly loosen, he snorted, and the hand resting on his waist slowly retracted. However, the contempt in his eyes grew stronger. At this moment, the roar of the vortex engine came from afar. A helicopter, pushed by 2 clusters of dark blue flames, slowly landed on the tarmac of the warship. Zhou Guoping narrowed his eyes and looked to the helicopter. Soon, from the open cabin, a man in a gray suit jumped out. Two soldiers in black kinetic skeletons followed him closely down the tarmac and walked towards Zhou Guoping. "Don't be so vulgar to our guests, Captain Williams," the man walked to Zhou Guoping, with a courteous smile and said in a relaxed tone, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Black Duncan, Member of Congress for the United States of America." United States of America? What is that? Zhou Guoping frowned. "You may not know, it means you don't understand North American culture." With a bright smile on his face, Duncan opened his arms, and a zealous look of passion flashed in his eyes. Before the unified NATO alliance, a great country was born on this piece of land. It was once very strong, and it used its own power to fight against the evil Soviets. Until later, our little brothers in Europe dragged it down and a group of sympathetic guys opened up our gate, and finally ruined our motherland into what it is now. Zhou Guoping didn't understand a word. He was not well educated to start with, so he stared at the man for a long time before he finally squeezed out a sentence. "What are you talking about? Don't understand." Duncan smiled. Although Zhou Guoping didn't understand what he was saying, he was not angry, and he still said with courtesy and respect, "Well, after all, even many young people living in North America have forgotten this name. If they remember even a little bit of the great tradition, they would not degenerate into what they are now." Is this guy crazy? Zhou Guoping mocked in his heart, but he dared not show any disrespect. "Forget it, it doesn't make any sense to talk to the uncivilized natives." Duncan waved his hand, "Let me be simple. Your expansion in North America touched our bottom line. Even if you didn't find the clue leading to that thing, we have already planned to take you out." "You mean the NATO nuclear arsenal?" "NATO, nuclear arsenal." As if he heard something funny, Duncan suddenly held his hands on the railing and laughed out loud. The exaggerated action infuriated Zhou Guoping, but as a prisoner of war, he couldn't say anything at this moment. Instead, his face remained gloomy. "I don't understand what's so funny." "You don't understand? You have already got that far. Do you think that is a nuclear arsenal?" "Ha ha ha ha, it's me, or wait, no, it's the Congress members, as well as our intelligent president that thought too highly of you." "What is it?" Zhou Guoping asked with a sullen face. "A very, very powerful weapon." Duncan rubbed the corners of his eyes, then stopped the exaggerated laugh, cleared his throat, raised a finger, and said with a smile, "In some ways, its strategic value has surpassed the scope of weapons. But it doesn't make any sense to tell you this. Let's talk about something more realistic." "For example?" Zhou Guoping asked. "Our Mr. President intends to see you. He is very interested in how you restored the pre-war order in Asia. Although Asia is only a territory of indigenous people in our eyes, there are also merits in indigenous culture." "Indigenous?" Zhou Guoping almost laughed out loud. "Who are the indigenous people?" "Barbaric, vulgar, and nonconformity. I understand your attitude of not accepting, but in our opinion, you are uncivilized indigenous people." Duncan smiled. "Now you have two choices. Tell us what you know, and we will open our door and allow you to enter the capital of the civilized world." "Oh, what about the second choice?" Zhou Guoping said coldly. "The second option is to take your more than 3,000 compatriots to the concentration camp in Panama as slaves." Duncan shrugged and said nonchalantly, "We just need manpower. The rise of the United States needs the support of industrialization. I have always heard that the yellow-skinned monkeys are natural workers, and now there is just the place to demonstrate your remaining value." Concentration camp. The name alone made it sound like a terrible place. Faced with these two choices, Zhou Guoping fell silent. He was born as a predator. He was able to take his life back from Jiang Chen at that time purely because he still had some value to Jiang Chen. Compared with other colleagues, his political consciousness was not as high, and he himself was well aware of this flaw. Not only that, because of this flaw, most of the people that entered NAC at the same time as he did have all been promoted to senior officials of the military government. He was the only one outside the core of the military government, and only now did he obtain the position as the governor. He went to North America far away from Shanghai to prove his worth. And obviously, he messed up this opportunity. Although he didn't think it was his own fault, after all, no one thought that the United States of America would suddenly appear in North America. Outpost Town had existed for so long, and they had never heard of this name. From this perspective, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with betraying NAC. After all, he has no other choice. But when Zhou Guoping was about to speak, he suddenly thought of the chip installed in the back of his head. In his impression, this chip could use bioelectricity to continuously transmit coordinate signals to the outside world. This kind of encrypted signal was very difficult to detect, and as long as it was within a certain range, the person holding the tracking terminal could detect the signal. From this perspective, he still could make up for his mistake. Zhou Guoping's optimism gradually grew. "Which is your choice?" Duncan asked with a smile, but there was a hint of impatience in his tone. "I choose the first option." Zhou Guoping put on a flattering smile. In order not to be too abrupt, he did not make it too obvious, but incorporated flattery into his tone. "I want to know when I will reach the fabled capital. We have been on the ship for almost a month, and I want to know if you are lost." "Nope. The capital of the United States of America itself is not on the North American continent, but in the Pacific Ocean." "Hawaii?" Zhou Guoping tried to guess an answer. "No," I said, "it's in the ocean." Duncan shook his head. "In the ocean?" Zhou Guoping was stunned. But soon, the stupefaction in his eyes was replaced by astonishment. At the place where the sea and the sky connected, the darkened fleet gradually emerged. No, to be precise, it was no longer a fleet, but a city sailing on the Pacific Ocean. Large and small ships were connected by sturdy mechanical cantilevers. Under the escort of warships, they sailed in a predetermined direction by inertia. The giant cantilevers formed into crisscross streets. The flattened ships were loaded with mud and sand picked up from the seabed and turned into square fields. People built tall buildings with steel bars and iron plates on the ships, created a market, and formed a society. Although living materials were scarce here, there was no mutant. Obviously, they found a way to coexist peacefully with the mutant species in the deep sea and even found a way to use the abundant sea resources. However, it was not this that shocked him the most, but the aircraft carriers sailing at the forefront of this sea city, and the carrier-based aircrafts docked on that aircraft carrier. The USS Obama Carrier Battle Group will lead the way for the United States. Duncan raised his chest and made no secret of the pride between his brows. "We once defeated the Bohai aircraft carrier and suppressed the ocean entrance to the two rivers. When the world government abandoned us, we chose independence. And we have been independent to this day. We will use our way to end this apocalypse. Soon we will return to North America and bring eternal and great liberation to the decadent and chaotic North American people." Jiang Chen sat in the office, looked at the warm sunlight from outside the window, and suddenly spoke. "Jiang. Is something wrong? In Shanghai, it normally snows by October." Jiang Shanha was taken aback for a moment, and after he thought about it carefully, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Since he just arrived in North America, he really didn't notice this detail. It was already mid-October and it seemed unreasonable for the first snow to have not arrived yet. Could it be the climate? Jiang Shanha asked. Impossible. Nuclear winter should be a global phenomenon, Jiang Chen shook his head. And even if we disregard nuclear winter, due to the influence of the Pacific Rim monsoon, the climate phenomenon that occurs west of the Rocky Mountains will be very likely brought to the other side of the Pacific Ocean by the monsoon. The reason why this problem suddenly came to mind was mainly that during a video call with Sun Jiao and the others yesterday, Jiang Chen discovered that it was already snowing in Shanghai. At that time, Sun Jiao pointed the camera towards the sky outside the window, and the white snow, under the action of the gravitons, slowly retreated towards the horizon along the edge of the Holy Shield like ripples. The Holy Shield was indeed the leader in the urban defense system. In the nuclear winter, the Holy Shield system played a pivotal role. Most of the temperature-carrying medium was blocked from the barrier formed by the graviton. The only heat loss was due to the gas exchange and the heat radiation from the inside to the outside, and the shield almost trapped the glimpse of fall from escaping. The orange shield was like a greenhouse that divided the inside and outside of the city into two distinct worlds. People inside the shield couldn't feel the cold of previous years at all. Jiang Chen was also quite relieved. The problem that had plagued the development of NAC has finally been perfectly solved. For survivors living in the wasteland, snowfall was simply a disaster. Not only because of fuel shortages, mutants hibernating, lack of materials, as well as other issues, the snowfall that passed through the radioactive dust itself carried a decent amount of radiation. Every winter, the consumption of anti-radiation materials and iodine was quite significant. In the video, Sun Jiao told Jiang Chen some good news. According to the statistics of the administration department, there were a lot of survivors in Wanghai this winter. Most of them were merchants from Shangjing and the south, and mercenaries who came with the merchants. After the winter, most people would choose to stay, and NAC would welcome a new wave of immigration. With the bonus of population growth, the military government's new round of expansion plan for the 6th Street could also start ahead of schedule. Withdrawing his gaze from the window, Jiang Chen temporarily set aside the climate issue and turned his attention to the report in his hand. The progress over these last 2 days was quite amazing. After investigating the mud crab breeding base, his guards found the abandoned cargo ship that was stranded on the shore, and a memorandum of action backed up in a night EP terminal, confirming that the colony was carrying out a mission against the mud crabs. During the mission, they found containers inside the cargo ship with abnormal radiation values. These containers were put together with containers full of toys, and the toys were all Disney dolls without exception, and the outside of the container was written with a big letter D in black paint. The clues were beginning to connect. Then, as long as they could trace the source of these containers, they could definitely find something. It was not difficult to determine the destination of these containers. Whether it was the port authority or the shipping company, they would all have backup data for these containers. Just then, the signal light of the watch flickered and interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. When he pressed the button, the screen flashed, and the picture changed to the front entrance of the colony. The guard on duty at the door saluted and reported. "There is a scavenger named Gree outside. He claims to be hired by you and has returned." "Let him in," Jiang Chen said immediately. Yes. Soon, Gree was let in. Accompanied by 2 recruits, he was taken to the governor's office. "Where is the person?" Jiang Chen asked as he looked at Gree standing alone. "I tried to find him," Gree said, "but he is not on the west coast." "So, you got nothing?" Jiang Chen asked with an indescribable smile. When Gree realized that the rich employer's tone did not seem pleased, he did not try to sell the story further, and quickly added, "It's too much to say nothing. Although I didn't find him, I have found his whereabouts in the West Coast area." After he left Chinatown, he took about 20 subordinates into the desert along the highway from California to Nevada. They suffered heavy losses on the way. Not only did they encounter mutant scorpions, but they also ran into a tribe of cannibals. "So, you mean, he is dead?" Jiang Chen asked. "No, it's the opposite." Gree shook his head vigorously. "He is very likely to be alive, and with the last few men, he changed his path to bypass the Las Vegas suburbs and Hoover Dam, and headed for the Grand Canyon." "Why is he going to the Grand Canyon?" "Rumors, just rumors." Gree said immediately, "I heard it in the tavern in Liberty City a long time ago, saying that a concentration camp was built in the Grand Canyon before the war by NATO to detain those Pan-Asian immigrants accused of espionage. But the truth is that there is no concentration camp there, and those Pan-Asian immigrants did not commit any crimes. Instead, they were forcibly conscripted to the Grand Canyon by NATO Strategic Weapons Force to build a secret military facility. What facility? Jiang Chen frowned. No one knows. Gris shook his head. Maybe it's some superweapon. Or it could be the military base of the NATO missile force. No one will go to the Grand Canyon. Almost half of the death claws in Nevada and Utah will go there to lay their cubs. It's not the Grand Canyon, but the Death Valley there. Jiang Chen touched his chin while he was lost in thoughts. The office fell silent for a while and Gris gulped while his mind was nervously tense. After a long time, he tried to ask. What do you think about my reward? Oh, sorry, I almost forgot about that. Jiang Chen smiled, opened the drawer, took out a box of bottle caps, and slapped it on the table. Gris was overjoyed when he heard the crisp clanks. He took the bottle cap box and repeatedly thanked Jiang Chen. After he obtained Jiang Chen's permission, he exited the office. As soon as the office door was closed, the smile on Jiang Chen's face gradually turned cold. He looked at Zheng Shanhe next to him and directly ordered. Get a team to follow him. Do you suspect there's a problem? Zheng Shanhe's eyes suddenly sharpened. It's weird if there's no problem. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He had already gone outside of California and still dared to come back without finding Blood Axe. And the most important point Jiang Chen did not understand was how he could learn the whereabouts of Blood Axe so clearly. With such limited information, even if Sherlock Holmes was here, he would probably be blinded and confused on where to start. There was only one possibility. An informer directly told him the information that could not be investigated. And this person, most likely, was the man behind the abduction of the colonial residents. I'm going now. Without wasting a second, Zheng Shanhe immediately walked out. Remember to find a few people with strong anti-reconnaissance ability and who are familiar with this area. Those mercenaries should have experts in this area. Don't be stingy with compensation. Jiang Chen reminded his captain when he walked out. The office door closed again, and this time Jiang Chen was left alone in the room. He got up and walked to the window. When he saw the hurried figure outside, a sneer gradually appeared. You dare to collect money from both sides? I hope you don't regret your decision. After Gris left Outpost Town, with quickened steps, he hurried towards the Los Angeles suburbs. The cold touch in his arms and the tinkling of metal made him feel warm and fuzzy inside. The thought of another reward waiting for him made him so excited that he almost wanted to sing. If he counted the deposit he received earlier and the payment from the mysterious man, his assets now exceeded 1,000 bottle caps. After so many years of picking up rubbish in California, it was the first time he has seen so many bottle caps. If he didn't really understand the meaning of the word getting rich overnight, now he had experienced firsthand what it feels like. He already planned out how he would spend the money. When he received the last sum from the mysterious man, he would first go to the Golden Cave in Liberty City to spend 2 days as a rich man, and then take the remaining money to the weapon shop to exchange for some top-notch equipment. He would become a mercenary or hunter, which was much more promising than being a scavenger. To be honest, the mysterious employer did not offer a huge reward, at least compared with the generous Chinese, he could only be described as stingy. But even so, it was still 200 bottle caps, and it was enough to buy his already not high professional ethics. After all, no one would mind more money. Although Gris' excitement was beyond renewed, he still maintained the most basic vigilance. He did not walk in a straight line but made a few turns around the alleys in the suburbs. No one was more familiar with Los Angeles than a scavenger. The paths he took would hardly encounter dangerous mutants. However, if people accidentally took a wrong take, they could very well end up in Deathclaw's territory, and those cruel monsters would take care of the stupid stalkers. If there were any. The meeting point was in an abandoned movie theater, and the poster at the entrance was a new movie released on a summer day in 2171. He went straight to the main entrance of the theater, reached out and tapped rhythmically on the dilapidated mahogany door 3 times. Soon, there was the sound of footsteps behind the mahogany door, and it was followed by a light creak. The door opened and let him in. There were yellowing brochures scattered on the ground. Behind the mahogany door was a dusty red carpet, and the gold-rimmed guardrail was drooped with red silk studded with wool. 4 soldiers in kinetic skeletons were standing on both sides of the entrance to the theater. Gree hesitated for a moment, then retracted his left hand into his sleeve that was calmly holding the fuse of a smoke bomb and walked nervously towards the theater. How did things go? The man in the back seat of the movie theater slowly spoke in a frequency-converted voice. He wore a jet-black kinetic skeleton. I've pointed them the way to the Grand Canyon. Gree extended his right hand as he walked to the man, then like what we agreed on, where is my reward? The man smiled and beckoned to the air next to him. Almost at the same time, a layer of faint ripples broke out in the transparent air, and a jet-black figure stepped out from behind the ripples and appeared abruptly behind the man. This scene shocked Gree. Although he had heard of optical invisibility, it was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. Gree vigilantly watched the man that appeared out of thin air. The hand that held onto the smoke bomb fuse already began to sweat. If this group of people was going to kill him, he wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Fortunately, these people did not intend to kill him. The man did not show a muzzle or a dagger, but a pocket-sized bottle cap box. The reward is here. Captain Gerard pointed to the box in the hands of his subordinate, and said with a smile, there are 10 large bottle caps in total. If I remember correctly, this large bottle cap can be exchanged for 20 normal caps. Gree gulped down, reached out, and took the box. He quickly opened the lid and took a glance inside, then stuffed it into his pocket. Generally speaking, this is the case. Although, we use the small battle cap more, Gree forced a smile after taking 2 steps back nonchalantly, then, now that my task has been completed, I won't bother you here anymore. Don't leave in a hurry yet, Gerard said unhurriedly after he stopped Gree, who had already turned around. I have another task for you. Gree stopped, turned around, grinned reluctantly, and forced out a few words. What task? Seriously, I still suggest you find someone else. Don't worry, this task should be easy for you. Gerard opened his mouth and was about to say something when the dazzling flame burst from the bottle cap box in front of Gree's chest. There was no time to react. Gree, who was in the center of the explosion, was blown into a bloody mist mixed with flying caps and shrapnel that covered the entire area. At almost the same time, there were loud gunshots being exchanged outside the theater. Even though they were wearing kinetic skeletons, the 4 soldiers at the door were forced to retreat inside due to the fierce firepower of the attackers, and along with several other soldiers, they pulled away, got under cover, and fired back with their rifles. Fu*K. Gerard, who was caught off guard, shook his head and struggled to get up from the ground. He cursed fiercely. Before another wave of bullets arrived, he quickly jumped down and hid behind the chair. The man in black who had stood next to him before had disguised his figure at some point. He walked around to the entrance of the theater from the side. The bullet shells clinked when they fell to the ground, and more bullets whizzed in from the entrance. Gerard drew his pistol and pressed the trigger at the mercenaries at the door, but he was quickly forced back by the heavy firepower. He cussed under his breath, turned on the EP screen on his left arm, and quickly set the target of the automatic machine gun. Da-da-da-da-da. The violent gunfire burst was like heavy hail that smashed on the ground. The 4 barrels destroyed the ceiling and unleashed fierce firepower toward the entrance of the theater. The 2 mercenaries were immediately torn to pieces by the overwhelming rain of bullets, and another mercenary on his last breath was dragged back behind cover by his companion. Fu*K, their firepower is too strong. We must knock out their automatic machine guns. We won't be able to get in. *T. Let me try. While he used the tablet to set the drone's attack target, the mercenary crouching at the door gritted his teeth and threw the sensor into the theater. The sensor rolling to the center of the theater suddenly stopped, and the invisible infrared light flickered, but there was no marked target. The kinetic skeleton coated with infrared absorption layer made the customized equipment designed by survivors for building combats completely useless. Not only that, the thermal grenade could not even lock onto targets, and could only be used as a regular grenade. The mercenaries had the advantage in number, but their equipment was not comparable at all. The kinetic skeletons brought these soldiers a huge advantage. Even among the dense bullets, the well-trained soldiers were obviously more comfortable than the mercenaries with outdated equipment. However, these mercenaries were also a force to be reckoned with. The fact that they could live through the perilous wasteland until now proved that they were also war machines. The scale of victory began to lean towards the mercenaries hired by NAC. After paying the price of 6 deaths and 2 injuries, 2 more soldiers were shot to death, leaving only 6 or 7 people stuck in the theater. Not long after, another soldier fell. The mercenary holding a semi-automatic sniper rifle yelled in excitement and was about to brag to the comrades behind him about his headshot accuracy. However, when he turned his head and was about to hide behind cover, a blood stain appeared on his throat without warning. He only felt coldness around his throat. Before he could say a word, he watched his neck drift away from his body in the horrified expression of everyone. The invisible blade cut open the mercenary's throat, and through that momentary pause, everyone saw the transparent figure. However, when they wanted to focus their eyes and search for the person's trace, he had disappeared again. *K, its optical invisibility. The mercenary with the automatic rifle screamed in horror, and hurriedly fired a clip of bullets toward where the man was. However, he did not hit the transparent figure, but instead almost shot another mercenary that was leaning against the door. Fortunately, the guy reacted quickly, and he was able to escape the clip of bullets. Otherwise, it would be awkward to not die in the enemy's hands, but by friendly fire. Idiot! Don't just shoot, you almost hit me. Ha! Amidst the chaos, another mercenary had his throat slit open. He covered his neck in pain and collapsed in a pool of blood. Like a deadly ghost, the flying dagger traced the curvature of death in the air. In just a few breaths, the man had already claimed the life of 5 mercenaries. Even against death claws, these mercenaries had the courage to fight. However, against an invisible enemy, other than waiting for their inevitable death, they did not even know how to fight back. The offensive to besiege the theater had completely came to a halt. When the 6th mercenary was pierced by a dagger, the mercenaries surrounding the front entrance of the theater finally collapsed. Due to their fear of death, completing the mission was no longer in their mind. Just like how swiftly they arrived, everyone fled out of the theater in horror. With the defeat of the mercenaries who besieged the main entrance, Gerard, who was hiding in the theater, ordered his troops to blow up the last remaining passage to prevent mercenaries from rushing in from the safety entrance. Then, he took all his men out of the theater and decided to rush out from the front entrance. These indigenous people. Jiang Chen looked at the defeated mercenaries with a look of disgust. He didn't waste any time and pointed his right hand forward. The triangular-shaped barrels protruded from the armor on his forearm and whirred toward the front door. The mercenaries attacking the front door had completely lost the courage to fight, and if he was the people inside, he would not miss this excellent opportunity to escape. But at this moment, the omen of death suddenly shrouded him. He increased the power of the vortex engine to the max and immediately yanked himself back. Almost at the same time, a dagger swept past his previous position. There was a looming transparent figure. However, Jiang Chen could see it very clearly through the tactical eyepiece. It was similar to the K2 with an optical invisibility module. *K. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead, he retracted his minigun, pulled out the tactical rifle from his waist, and fired at the transparent figure. The man seemed to know that he had been exposed and simply gave up sneaking around. He turned off the invisibility module, protruded his dagger forward, turned on the nitrogen shield, and rushed toward the muzzle. The bullets formed a beautiful arc and bounced away, and at the moment the nitrogen shield was overloaded, the man appeared in front of the power armor at the perfect time. In front of the particle vibration dagger, even the composite armor of the armored vehicle was as vulnerable as thin paper, let alone the grade C steel of the T-3 power armor. The dagger that slashed through air was aimed directly at Jiang Chen's throat. "You are not wronged if you die in my hands." Like death's whisper, that man's voice drifted in the air, with a hint of laughter in his tone. It's not always certain who will die." Jiang Chen did not dodge or block. He raised his rifle and slammed it into the man's face. Although this fierce blow failed to hit the man, it forced the dagger that was aiming at his throat to move away. Taking advantage of this short gap while the man dodged, Jiang Chen leaped up suddenly, and at the same time raised the output power of the vortex engine to the limit. He took off like a rocket into the air. The thermal grenade launcher in the left hand and the minigun in the right hand rapidly turned as he firmly locked onto the figure on the ground. The man's pupils suddenly constricted when he watched Jiang Chen leap into the air. He was about to dodge to the side, but unfortunately, there was only empty ground next to him without any cover. "Go to hell." Jiang Chen sneered at the man and pulled his triggers. No. Grenades and bullets splashed down like a waterfall, and the firepower of the entire power armor was unleashed in an instant. The scorching airwave even blew the cement debris up 20 meters into the air. When the dust dispersed, only the fragmented ground and scorched earth was what remained. *K. These yellow monkeys, I will kill them sooner or later. Gerard managed to escape from the movie theater. He took the remaining 2 soldiers and fled towards the evacuation point. He encountered a power armor when they were evacuating. If Warrant Officer Harvey hadn't sacrificed himself to stop the power armor, it would be hard to say whether they could escape. Gerard glanced back. After he was convinced that no one chased him here, he took out a signal flare, unscrewed the seal, and threw it on the street. Soon the green flames lit up and guided the course of the helicopter hovering at a high altitude. Supported by 2 clusters of flame, a streamlined-looking helicopter slowly emerged. When Gerard saw the helicopter arriving as scheduled, he was finally relieved. As long as he could withdraw to the ocean, he would be completely safe. When he heard the explosion, Warrant Officer Harvey had likely suffered an unfortunate fate. He didn't plan to wait any longer and decided to leave immediately after he boarded. Although he had predicted the firepower of the NAC, he still did not expect that they would suddenly become so smart and discover that Gree had been instigated. The helicopter hovered above the street and began to descend. Gerard led the people to the landing point. However, at this moment, an orange trajectory suddenly struck from the side and hit the helicopter directly. The fragile armor broke inch by inch, and the high-speed kinetic energy warhead directly pierced the helicopter. The entire helicopter was like a fly struck by a fly swatter. The out-of-control engine carried the helicopter and sent it into the building on the next street. Reinforced concrete was chopped out by the blades like tofu, as they were scattered out onto the street. *K. Gerard cursed in anger, then he took his soldiers and fled into the nearby mall. Without a doubt, the strike obviously came from an electromagnetic pulse cannon. What frightened him the most was that they were exposed to the muzzle of the electromagnetic pulse cannon. A direct hit. On the roof of the building 500 meters away, the 6-meter-long Type 57 electromagnetic pulse cannon was just like a lance that pointed at the street where the helicopter crashed. In his N-100 power armor, Jiang Chen sneered as he watched the 3 people who fled into the mall. "You want to escape?" If he didn't want to keep a few alive to get information, they would not have survived till now. The steel supports anchored to the ground were retracted and Jiang Chen threw the electromagnetic pulse cannon back into the storage dimension. Then, he took the tactical rifle from his waist and stepped outside the building. The eerie blue flame glimmered, and immediately before it touched the ground, it stopped the downward power armor that was falling at high speed. After he confirmed the location of the fleeing people with a drone, Jiang Chen turned on the sliding wheels on the bottom of his armor and chased after the targets. The distance of 500 meters was just a matter of seconds for the power armor sliding forward. The vortex engine emitted an eerie blue arc light, which turned the power armor into a meteor-like trajectory on the rundown highway. The moment he entered the mall, Jiang Chen retracted the wheels, adjusted the direction of his vortex engine while at the same time, stepped onto the escalator, then flew upstairs. The hummingbird drone had locked the coordinates of the three people and closely followed them. Based on the directions sent to Jiang Chen's tactical eyepiece, he could clearly see the three people flee towards the emergency exit tunnel on the third floor. He grabbed onto the guardrail and flipped onto the third-floor platform. Damn it! He's catching up. One of the soldiers heard the noise behind him and cursed out loud. Without any attempt to take cover, he fired at the small drones behind them. But unfortunately, the bullets did not hit anything and only left a string of bullet holes in the wall. We are being caught by the drones. If we don't get rid of those things, it's useless for us to escape. Another soldier gave up altogether, unfolded the shield at the entrance of the tunnel, and mounted the light machine gun. Go up, I'll hold him here. Fu *K, what kind of armor is that? I haven't seen it before. Pan-Asia's X1 experimental type power armor. It is most likely a mass-produced type that has completed development. Gerard's eyes were hazy as he gritted his teeth. You can't hold him here and we can't outrun the power armor. We can only get rid of the trouble here. When Jiang Chen saw the targets were no longer running away, a mischievous smile emerged as the corner of his lips slightly curved up. He waved his right hand, and a drone terminal emerged from the storage dimension and slammed heavily on the dusty floor. Accompanied by the sound of air leakage, the aluminum alloy panels popped up on all sides and exposed the honeycomb-shaped holes underneath. Hummingbird drones rushed out from their hive and formed a dense attack formation in the air. The sheer number of drones almost filled the entire space. Different from the hummingbirds who followed the three people before, these drones were not equipped with heat-seeking cameras, but attack turrets. What is he waiting for? Maybe he is waiting for reinforcements. A smile of mockery gradually appeared on Gerard's face. His eyes, fixated on the end of the tunnel, gleamed with a look of fierceness. Our fighter is already on the way, so we can just let him wait. But halfway through his sentence, the calm and collected expression that said things were under control was gradually replaced by panic and disbelief. He didn't know when the countless drones filled the gaps outside the windows like dark clouds. The muzzles of the attack turrets and the red dots under the muzzles had sealed all their escape routes. Gerard had no doubt that as long as NAC decided that it was time for him to go, he would be turned into a sieve the next second. There was no point in resisting. Gerard gulped down, then put his gun on the ground. While he responded to the peculiar look from his comrades, Gerard secretly eyed them before he slowly rose his hands above his head and stepped out from cover. I surrender. To surrender was just an attempt to buy time. Their fighter was going to arrive at the battlefield from the fleet in half a minute. By that time, they could squeeze this power armor to death as easily as they would squeeze a mosquito. The soldiers read the message from their commander's eyes, looked at each other before they put down their weapons one after another, and walked out from behind the cover with their hands over their heads. Their opponents seemed to approve their surrender, and they heard footsteps from down the tunnel. When Gerard saw the power armor, his pupils constricted slightly. If he was only skeptical at the beginning, he was 100% certain that this was the legendary X1 power armor, and the final design model completed by NAC designers. Are you the little mouse hiding in the back and making trouble? Jiang Chen grinned as he looked at the three people with their hands raised above their heads. He set the drones to surround the three people and put the rifle on his shoulder, then he raised his chin up while he looked at Gerard. What's your name? Gerard's eyes moved. You set the bomb on Gris? Yes, Jiang Chen smiled nonchalantly. The bottle caps inside were real, but the box was stuffed with explosives. This thing seemed to be called a cap explosive, and I learned it from those mercenaries. Not long after Gree entered the theater, he estimated the time before he pressed the detonation button. However, he didn't expect these people would wear kinetic skeletons. This human bomb only killed himself, and none of the others were injured. The lethality of this weapon simply made Jiang Chen speechless. Jiang Chen paused for a moment, then looked at Gerard before he continued, "From your equipment, you shouldn't belong to any forces on the West Coast. I'm curious how we provoked you. Your existence is a hidden danger." Gerard stared at Jiang Chen with gloom on his face, and said word by word, "It doesn't matter if anyone else rules the West Coast. We will eventually correct their mistakes and bring them to the right path. And you, in our eyes, are a group of invaders." "The invaders? In other words, are you loyal to NATO? Or a certain NATO-affiliated force?" Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and laughed, "But speaking of being the invader, if I remember correctly, you started the war first. Whether the discarded pre-war newspapers or the virtual reality program in Fallout Shelter 005 all clearly depict the day when World War III broke out. The naval battle between Bohai aircraft carrier and Obama aircraft carrier in the East China Sea directly pushed the conflict between the two sides to the brink of no return. Afterward, the gods Cain shattered Wang Hai's holy shield, and the orbital airborne troops landing fully demonstrated the fact that Pan-Asia cooperation was on the defensive side from the very start. But it was pointless to discuss this now. The war had ended 20 years ago, and the world government had been gone for more than a decade. Bathed in this afterglow full of radiation, it was pale and meaningless for anyone to claim to be the righteous ruler. "It was you who used bloody means to suppress the revolutionaries in Singapore." Jiang Chen didn't expect Gerard to retort immediately, "We have clearly warned you before, and you took our warnings as deaf ears." "Well, I'm not here to listen to your nonsense," Jiang Chen said impatiently, then pointed his gun at Gerard. "Now, turn around and go downstairs from the emergency exit tunnel behind you. I probably only need 1 or 2 prisoners. If anyone is here to play tricks, I'll just shoot." When Gerard realized that Jiang Chen was not going to argue with him, it made him anxious. The reason why he spoke so much was to buy time, but the man in front of him clearly had no interest in this topic. This made him feel defeated and frustrated, as if there was nothing he could do. "You'll be last." Jiang Chen poked the muzzle against Gerard's back and looked at the other 2 soldiers. "You go first." But at this very moment, a violent engine roar tore through the air right outside of the window. The screaming bullets rained down and shredded the drones outside to pieces. A fighter with a streamlined fuselage flexibly flipped the movable tail and pointed its ignited engine downward. At the same time, the 2 wings on both sides of the fuselage changed their shape to a position that allowed for horizontal hovering and steadily hovered over the window on the 3rd floor. Jiang Chen was surprised for a second, then he gazed out the window. When he saw the dark gun turret, his pupils constricted. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen tossed down the Rubik's Cube Lin gave him onto the ground. Almost as soon as the shield unfolded, the turret gun unleashed its terrifying wrath, and the bullets arrived like a violent storm. The bullets tore the windows and the reinforced concrete walls to pieces together with the force of destruction. Wings of Freedom, F-79, NATO F-Series close-range attack aircraft. The concept of close combat attack aircraft was proposed after the 6th-generation fighter and was born after the completion of the Basic Artificial Intelligence database. In the golden age of artificial intelligence, the widespread use of AI provided more options for air combat, especially in the form of ground support. In addition to beyond visual range strikes, NATO needed a fighter that was capable of air combat while also being able to provide firepower support at close range to ground units. The model, Wings of Freedom, was born. As a fixed-wing fighter, the F-79 could switch to hover mode when necessary, participate in the close-range combats of ground forces, and redefine the correct use of the gun turret with its high mobility and strong firepower. Fu*K. Gerard screamed in panic as he didn't expect that the incoming aircraft for support would include himself as the target. He dove to the side, however, he could not get far as his head slammed into the spread-out shield. The constant stream of bullets blasted the holy shield but was instantly deflected away like headless flies flying in all directions. The compressed air created countless ripples across the transparent surface along the surface of the gravitons and outlined the arc-shaped trajectories. Unlike Gerard, who was shrouded in a shield, his two soldiers were not so lucky. The deflected bullets bounced inside the hallway and tore the soldiers, along with their kinetic skeleton, into a million pieces. Jiang Chen took a quick glance at Gerard next to him and didn't dare to take this fight lightly. He immediately released the smoke bomb on the power armor. The gray air mass filled the space inside the shield. Under the cover of smoke, Jiang Chen took out the Type 57 electromagnetic pulse cannon from the storage dimension, locked it onto the aircraft outside, and took a deep breath. Just as he was about to deactivate the shield, a loud explosion suddenly came from outside, and the bullets that poured onto the shield suddenly came to a halt. As if the building was hit by something, the floor shook violently and made the shield unsteady. Jiang Chen deactivated the shield, walked to the half-destroyed wall in the hallway, and looked out the window. The F-79 smashed into the building, the entire fuselage had been torn apart by a stream of bullets that hailed down from above, and the out-of-control engine was spewing out flames uncontrollably. Jiang Chen thought about something, then immediately looked above, and joy appeared in his eyes. A black silhouette sped across in the sky, and at almost the same time, the communication screen was connected to the code of a friendly unit. "This is Aurora, I am honored to serve you." When Jiang Chen exchanged fire with Gerard and the others, AS order just arrived above Hawaii. 2 Aurora 20s took off from the deck and arrived first to cruise over the west coast. When they arrived, they discovered the F-79 that was unleashing its firepower towards the mall, so they decided to deactivate the safety and fired their turret. This F-79 was quite unlucky. Its technological level was obviously much more advanced than the Aurora 20 developed after the war. If a fair duel occurred above the clouds, maybe even 2 Aurora 20s would be unable to win, even if the F-79 did not carry any air-to-air missiles. But the battlefield did not consider so many ifs. If it switched to hover mode, it was no different from a dummy target parked on an airport runway to other fighters. The 2 Auroras easily ended the fight. After Jiang Chen took Gerard back to the colony, he ordered people to take him to the dungeon. He was locked in separate rooms with several other soldiers in NATO Army model kinetic skeletons, and they were interrogated separately. Perhaps he was traumatized by the death of his 2 comrades under friendly fire, or perhaps he knew that there was no hope of being rescued. The defeated Gerard quickly explained everything. The information included their identities, included the whereabouts of the colony, included their base drifting in the Pacific Ocean. The cause was that your people found a number of strategic nuclear warheads on a cargo ship off the coast. These nuclear warheads are what we have been looking for a long. But in fact, whether this incident happened or not, we were ready to take action. Congress has long ago introduced the anti-invasion bill because of the outpost you built on the west coast, but unfortunately, our Congress has been debating whether or not we should take actions immediately or not. Gerard shrugged and said in a somewhat helpless tone. The intelligence you leaked to me through GRI, the NATO Strategic Missile Force military base in the Grand Canyon, or rather, the nuclear arsenal, how are these all connected? Jiang Chen asked. Because there is indeed a military base of NATO Strategic Missile Force in the Grand Canyon, Gerard laughed and no longer concealed anything. But now it is occupied by a mutated human tribe, and we thought that since we are going to drive you out of North America, it's better for you to deal with those troublesome guys. Where is the nuclear arsenal? Jiang Chen asked. Nuclear arsenal? There is no nuclear arsenal at all. Most of the strategic warheads were used up, and the unused warheads were almost all dismantled in the years after the war. The moon base was completely collapsed, and there was not much nuclear fuel left. At one point, We even considered recovering nuclear materials from tactical nuclear warheads but gave up due to the technical challenges. Gerard looked at Jiang Chen and said calmly, "Can you give me a cigarette? For the sake of all the things I told you." "No problem." Jiang Chen smiled slightly, put a box of cigars and matches on the table, and pushed it towards Gerard. "Why don't you have a cigar? For the prisoners who cooperate with us, we will never treat them with disrespect." When Gerard's eyes landed on the box of Colombian cigars, his eyebrows twitched violently and his throat felt dry. The war had been over for 20 years, and it was the first time he saw a luxury item like a cigar. In the years when World War III broke out, supplies were scarce to the extreme, not to mention the nuclear winter after the war and radioactive pollution everywhere. He had almost forgotten about the smell unique to cigars. There was a look of struggle in his eyes, but he finally reached and picked up the box of cigars. He lit a match to light the cigar. When he felt the acridity pass through his throat, tears filled his eyes. The silence lasted for a long time, and after a few puffs of smoke, Gerard continued. "What you are looking for is in the desert outside Las Vegas. The cargo ship stranded at the West Coast port and the nuclear warhead inside was originally planned to be sent there. I can show you the specific coordinates." "Thank you, if it weren't for your accidental discovery, we might never find that thing." "What is it?" Jiang Chen asked immediately. "Weather weapon." Gerard breathed out the smoke ring, then gently swung the cigar between his fingers, though from the very beginning, that thing did not exist as a weapon. "Weather weapon," Gerard continued after he flicked off the soot from his cigar. Before 2150, it was used as a North American climate control device to respond to natural disasters such as tornadoes, hurricanes, floods, and snowstorms. After 2150, it was given a new mission. Its purpose was no longer just limited to nature, but also our rival. "Rival?" Jiang Chen asked. "Yes, Soviets, Pan-Asia cooperation. All centralized empires that were against free will were our nemesis." Gerard raised his head, watched Jiang Chen, and said calmly, 20 years ago, the weather weapon was activated, and has been on till this day. It has been on till this day. Somehow, after Jiang Chen digested Gerard's words and connected them to the climate difference of the West Coast, a terrifying idea suddenly popped into his head. If the weather weapon continued to be activated from before the war to now, then the abnormal climate of the Pan-Asia continent was likely not only because of the nuclear winter. "That's all I know, I have already told you everything." Gerard looked at Jiang Chen. "Thank you for your cooperation." Jiang Chen stood up, smiled, and extended his right hand. "In order to express my gratitude, I will order someone to move you to a room with windows in a moment." When Gerard heard those words, he was taken aback. A room with windows was naturally outside the dungeon. He didn't understand why Jiang Chen wanted to do this. He had nothing else to confess, and he didn't expect that he would be able to get such preferential treatment now that he has lost all his value. After Jiang Chen left the dungeon, he fulfilled his promise and ordered someone to arrange a clean room for Gerard. Not only that, Jiang Chen even ordered to replace his daily meal from 2 tubes of nutrient supply to a bento box with 2 dishes and 1 soup, as well as unlimited rice. Other than the fact he was still not permitted to communicate with other prisoners, he could even get 2 hours of fresh air outside the room. Jiang Chen never treated obedient prisoners badly. He always believed in one point, and that was, torture could never pry open someone's mouth while a reason to be loyal to himself could. For example, he could let him live a good life that even the great America did not give him. Fortunately, it was too simple to corrupt a person in the wasteland where supplies were scarce. A box of canned beef and 2 cigars could buy the loyalty of a desperado. Soldiers on the Obama aircraft carrier were well trained, and their psychological price could be slightly higher, but they won't be much higher. Compared to Jiang Chen's assets in the modern world, the amount would be so insignificant. These materialistic benefits were not only provided to Gerard, but they were meant to set an example for other prisoners. Jiang Chen, who attacked the theater from the front, also captured several prisoners. Although their rank was not as senior as Captain Gerard, they were still officers in the military. Jiang Chen was certain that as long as the return of betrayal was generous enough, even if he didn't ask any questions, someone would take the initiative to share some interesting information with him. Jiang Chen ordered the arrangements made for Captain Gerard to Hanyu, who was the supervisor, and then headed back to the governor's mansion. He didn't have time to eat at noon and also did quite a lot in the afternoon. Although it was not even 4 o'clock yet, his stomach had already started to growl. Jiang Chen didn't wait for the canteen to open, and directly took a self-heating lunch from the storage dimension. Then he opened a can of beer and quickly finished the simple but enviable dinner of countless survivors. After a good meal, Jiang Chen threw the lunch box and the empty can into the trash can. After a satisfied burp, he skillfully activated the interdimensional communication chip on his watch and called the busy Lin Lin in the Research Institute. Communication between North America and Pan-Asia was still blocked, but the Klein particle wave emitted by the interdimensional communication chip was not affected in any way. During the video call, Jiang Chen briefly talked to her about the situation in North America and asked her to tell Sun Jiao what happened during dinner, and then asked her about the weather weapon. Jiang Chen didn't expect that as soon as he said the words, West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center, Lin Lin would turn serious immediately. West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center, where did I see this name before? Lin Lin paused, thought for a moment, and then said, it should be in my father's memo. That memo, along with the project plan for the Garden of Eden, as well as the project plan for Fallout Shelter 005's Advanced Artificial Intelligence were placed together. If I remember correctly, the identity of this meteorological monitoring center in the desert should be NATO's weather weapon. For a digitalized human with a large number of chips implanted in her brain, it was impossible for her to remember anything incorrectly. I don't quite understand. Jiang Chen frowned. If this weather weapon is located on the west coast, how does it affect Pan-Asia on the other side of the Pacific? It can affect anything anywhere. Lin Lin shook her head. I will give a very simple example. Imagine the gas flowing around us as countless tightly arranged balls. Then no matter what I do now, some will be affected, but the impact of my behavior on the entire system is not just as simple as changing the motion of a few small balls, but it will eventually be reflected by the sum of changes in the total motion vectors of all the balls. You mean, the butterfly effect? Jiang Chen suddenly gained some clarity. It can be interpreted this way. This is what the so-called weather weapon is all about. Lin Lin nodded approvingly in response to Jiang Chen's epiphany. In a system, any small change may lead to a long-term and huge chain of responses on the entire system, and the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center is using tiny variables on the Pacific Rim monsoon, guiding the power of nature itself to amplify the variables infinitely, and ultimately interfering with the global climate. Quality and energy are always conserved, and the input is always proportional to the output. For human power, it is absolutely impossible to create snow out of thin air, or to drop the temperature of a certain city by 10 or even 20 degrees in a certain winter, let alone to freeze the entire Pan-Asia. The weather weapon did this not because of its amazing power, but its clever use of technology to transfer the blizzard that should have fallen on North American survivors to the other side of the Pacific, on the heads of the struggling Pan-Asia people. Its core is a quantum computer, Lin Lin continued, with the advantage of absolute computing power. Naturally there is no secret in front of it. It only needs to collect a small number of parameters, and it can determine all variables using a specific algorithm, and then interfere with the variables through special means. In other words, the heavy snow in Shanghai is not exactly all because of the nuclear winter, correct? Lin Lin snapped her fingers and said, or to put it another way, we are not just bearing the share that belongs to us, but also the share that originally belonged to the other side of the Pacific Ocean. Lin Lin's reply perplexed Jiang Chen. His original wild and irresponsible idea turned out to be true. He once heard Zhao Qinwu describe that in the years immediately after the end of the nuclear war, the nuclear winter that shrouded Shanghai was just like a white hell. Many people escaped the war, but they failed to escape the snow. Almost half of the survivors died in winter in the years before the mutants were born and the leakage of X1 bacteria. The next day, AS order arrived over the west coast. Groups of soldiers set foot on North America and settled in an empty colony. Since yesterday, the Aurora 20 squadron had constantly lifted off to cruise over the west coast. Their missions were to search for the whereabouts of the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center and to search for the missing colonists. As Li Wang and the Tiger II tank on the lift platform landed on the ground, he walked to Jiang Chen. He opened the face shield on the power armor helmet and performed a clean salute. Li Wang, commander of the Expeditionary Force and captain of AS Order, reporting for duty. How many people came? A total of 2,000 soldiers have landed on the west coast, and another 3,000 people will arrive subsequently in cargo ships along with supplies, Li Wang reported. The expanded NAC army was at an absolute advantage with 5,000 soldiers strong. Supported by the industrial capabilities of the 6th Street and the Otherworld, all these 5,000 soldiers were armed to the teeth with the K-1 kinetic skeleton, and some elite troops were even equipped with the new K-2 kinetic skeleton. Even if those USN soldiers inherited NATO's military legacy, Jiang Chen would still be in an advantageous position. The only problem now was the attitude of the National Guard and the Minutemen. If these two local forces decide to stand on the USN side, then NAC would be pressured from all angles. We must now figure out what National Guard and Minutemen are thinking. If they decide to stand with USN, then we will act fast and destroy them first, Jiang Chen said. Will they be on our side? Li Wang hesitated for a moment before he explained his thoughts. Compared to USN, we are outsiders. My suggestion is that instead of giving them time to organize, it is better to just decrease the likelihood of war and bomb their settlements. Li Wang's idea was very simple. If he stood from the perspective of a survivor in North America, he would also choose to join force with USN to drive out the invaders who landed on the west coast first and then discuss the ownership of this land. There would be no reason to contact them at this time, but rather, it would alert them. The best option was to use the electromagnetic pulse naval cannon and fireball, one to bombard Liberty City and Steel City, directly erase them from the map, so their side selection would no longer matter. But Jiang Chen's opinion was completely contrary. But we will not interfere with them, and USN intends to rule them. Jiang Chen looked at Li Wang and said, for most North American survivors, America is already a term that should be in the grave of history. They have established their own settlements on the west coast and established their own rules. Now some people have appeared to claim the sovereignty of this land, saying that they want to take them to rebuild a certain country. What would you think if you were put in that position? From the opposite angle, if a group of survivors emerged from north of Pan-Asia, waved the flag to revive the Qing dynasty, called on the NAC and Southern Survivor Alliance to join forces, and claimed to be the rightful ruler of this land, how many people would join their cause? Not to mention the Qing dynasty that had long been left behind in history, the Northern Alliance area that claimed to be the righteous representative of Pan-Asia cooperation was pushed back by NAC tanks deep into the northwest region. Only the mutated humans responded to their call, and the premise was that they promised a large tract of land to the mutated humans. No matter what choice the leaders of the National Guard and the Minutemen make, Jiang Chen was certain about one thing, and it was that these leaders would never surrender easily. It was very likely USN had already contacted them before Jiang Chen arrived in North America on Aerospace G-100. It was quite an obvious point, but Jiang Chen didn't understand the connection until now. Why did the National Guard and Minutemen start preparations for war and the residents of the outpost town disappeared? They were definitely not preparing to fight against the NAC that had withdrawn from North America, but the USN soldiers who were about to land on West Coast and claim sovereignty over this land. After a pause, Jiang Chen looked at Li Wang and continued. Send someone to Liberty City and Steel City to contact the leaders of the National Guard and Minutemen. If they are willing to remain neutral, we promise that our outpost will only retain this square kilometer outside Los Angeles. If they are willing to stand on our side and fight USN together, we can exempt tariffs worth 100,000 to 200,000 credit points each year for the next 10 years. This is very flexible. You can get someone to negotiate. Roger. Li Wang stood straight, saluted, then turned around swiftly. Although Li Wang was still skeptical about whether or not those people would accept such a covenant, in the hierarchical military government system, the command of the general was absolute. Before the order was issued, everyone had the right to raise objections, but once the order was issued, there was only one thing for him to consider. That was how to execute the order. With the alliance treaty given by Jiang Chen, 2 envoys left the fortress one after another under the escort of NAC soldiers. Li Wang made two-handed preparations. While the 2 envoys were on the mission, the electromagnetic pulse cannon at the bottom of the order was also loaded with shells. If those North American survivors reject the alliance, the uncooperative forces would be bombarded. Before they could organize an effective defense, their organization would be completely wiped out. Jiang Chen expressed his silent approval to Li Wang's preparation. On the other side, the engineering regiment that landed on the west coast through AS order also moved into the fortress one after another. It began the construction of fortifications on the battlefield. At the highest point of the concrete fortifications of the fort, the NAC flag was raised once again. The engineers, under the command of Zheng Shanhe, were busy deploying the electromagnetic anti-aircraft guns and land-based radars from the order in every corner of the fortress. The powerful combat effectiveness demonstrated by the F-79 already posed a threat to NAC's air supremacy. For other survivor forces, AS order flying in the sky would be an unchallenged existence, but for the USN that also possessed an air force, this big guy flying in the sky was just an easy target. The use of airships for air defense was obviously unreliable. NAC hoped to rely on ground air defense to make up for Aurora 20's disadvantage in the combat for air supremacy. Seriously, I have been in North America for almost a year. I only applied to change my home base back to Shanghai a few months ago. An engineer in a safety helmet said as he welded the laser anti-aircraft weapon to the steel bracket. While he wiped the sweat from his forehead, he grinned and looked at his comrade next to him. After staying for so long, this is the first time I have seen a North American who claims to be an American. Then what do they usually call themselves? Another engineer wiped his sweat with a towel, took a swig of the mineral water, then joked along, Aboriginals of the West Coast. Or California freaks. Neither. Cowboys in California, mercenaries in Nevada, gamblers in Alaska, NATO people, usually the former ones are more common, the latter ones less so. Except for the folks in Chinatown who will stick together based on their ancestry, those whites and blacks like to use state names to draw boundaries from other people. Chinatown. Are there other Chinese near here? It's not just Chinese. Koreans, Japanese, Vietnamese, even Indians, Asians on the West Coast basically live there. The stuff there is quite interesting. When this battle is over, I can take you for a tour. They were only halfway through the conversation when the harsh alarm sounded. The 2 engineers were taken aback for a moment, then their expressions changed all of a sudden. Without a word more, they grabbed their toolbox and ran toward the stairs. The moment the air defense alarm sounded, the entire fortress was like a pot of boiling water, and everyone began to move. The non-combatants evacuated into the air defense bunker immediately. Soldiers in kinetic skeletons lined up and quickly rushed to their combat positions. The anti-aircraft electromagnetic pulse cannons and laser weapons deployed on the fortress raised their barrels in tandem, and a stream of Aurora 20s took off from the deck of AS order. In a blink of an eye, a squadron had all taken off and formed a defensive formation, ready to engage the enemy. Company A has entered combat position, requesting instructions. A soldier in power armor sat at the entrance of the air defense bunker, behind him were 120 soldiers in kinetic skeletons. The jet-black rifles were ready to fire, and everyone was prepared to fight. If the USN Army launched a raid on the colony's air defense facilities, then they would be the first line of defense for the fortress. Inside a temporary command post deep into the colony's air defense bunker. It was not only the command tower of the expeditionary force but also the radar station of the colony. The observer sat nervously in front of the control terminal, and staff hurriedly ran back and forth between the terminals. This place was the eyes and brains of the entire expeditionary army, and a series of combat orders were issued from here to the front line. Taking the elevator underground, Jiang Chen quickly walked into the command post. When he arrived, Li Wang and Jing Shanhe stood at the command table not far away and were discussing combat strategies with a group of officers. Jiang Chen instructed everyone to disregard him, then he looked at the big screen directly in front of the command post. When he saw the rapidly approaching red dots, his brows started to frown. He walked forward, looked at the radar observer next to him, and asked in a serious tone. "What's the situation? Unidentified flying objects have entered the radar and will encounter our flight squadron in 1 minute." Staring at the radar screen, the soldier immediately reported to Jiang Chen. "How many enemy planes are there?" Jiang Chen asked immediately. 14, wait, what the foo *k? Without the slightest warning, when the semi-arc cursor swept across the radar screen, rows of dense red dots suddenly appeared. When the observer saw the number rising exponentially, he even forgot that the general was standing next to him and cussed it out. 527. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed into slits as he stared at the scarlet number. Then he looked at Li Wang and ordered without hesitation, "Launch the EMP missile immediately and bombard the target airspace at full capacity." "Roger." Even without Jiang Chen's order, he planned to do so. Without any hesitation, Li Wang pressed his headset and issued a combat command to AS order in the air. Thousands of meters above the ground, the armor on the side of the steel airship slowly moved, exposing the missile silos for the fearsome missiles. Without any prelude, along with the roar of the engine ignition, 4 missiles galloped toward the distant airspace along with 4 thick and long plumes of smoke trailing behind. The flight squadron that hovered on both sides of AS order changed its formation. It covered both sides of the missile from a distance and charged up toward the target airspace. The squadron commander flying in the middle of the formation looked at the red dots on the radar, opened the insurance of the weapon system, and at the same time gave the order to each aviator to engage in combat. "We are entering combat range, each aviator, freely fire." "I repeat, each aviator, freely fire." Foo *k, what is that? The EMP weapons exploded in the air, but it did not have much impact on those flying objects. The countless black, iron coffins formed a loose formation in the air and completely ignored the 24 Aurora 20s as they headed straight for the colony. If possible, the squadron commander would like to order a flight to chase after the group of iron coffins. However, when he saw the F-79s behind, he had to put a stop to this idea. The quality of pre-war equipment was always more than one notch better than the customized products manufactured by wasteland engineers. It was a truth that had been verified countless times. The distance of several kilometers was quickly closed, and the two sides entered into their respective engagement distance. The air-to-air missiles that dragged flames intersected each other, and the ejected flare formed countless beautiful fireworks in the air, and together with the exploding flames, they embellished the brilliant sunset on the horizon. In a matter of seconds, the first round of combat had been decided. Large pieces of wreckage fell from the air along with trails of long black smoke. When the last missile was fired, the two sides immediately entered close-range combat. The roaring gun turrets freely unleashed their bullets, chased each other's afterburner, tore apart the pristine white clouds and the calm blue sea. On the other side, under the cover of Wings of Freedoms, the iron coffins successfully passed through the blockade of the NAC air squadron. They ignored the huge steel airship and rammed towards the colony. Of course, the expeditionary army would not easily make their wish come true. Under the guidance of radars, electromagnetic rapid-fire cannons were the first to fire fierce firepower toward the sky. The countless shells formed orange-yellow trajectories that weaved into a tight net. It was all aimed at the jet-black flying objects. But an astounding scene happened. Milky white airwaves condensed at the front end of the iron coffins, and the small-caliber shells fired by the electromagnetic anti-aircraft guns were deflected to the side by a dense air wall at the moment of contact. Except for a few that were shredded, most of the iron coffins successfully broke through the dense net formed by the first round of shells. They continued to fall towards the colony's fortress without any signs of slowing down. Chapter 1407 NS-90 *T. What are those things? Han Yu, with widened eyes, stared at the sky outside the window. He muttered to himself with a dull expression on his face while he was still holding a bento box in his hand. He had lived in the land ruled by NAC for a long time, and this was the first time he had seen a formidable opponent. For some reason, the black dots that broke through the barrage made him feel a sense of anxiety from the bottom of his heart. Not far from him, Gerard glanced out the window, and lips holding his cigar moved slightly. Earth Warrior, NS-90, we also call it the battlefield cleaner. *T, they even took out this bad boy. It seems that Congress and Mr. President are serious. NS-90. Han Yu asked in a daze. A kind of intelligent combat robot controlled by AI. All identifiable living creatures are within its attack range. Just like the literal meaning, they will generally not leave anything alive when they appear. Gerard waved his hand impatiently, looked at the lunch box in his hand, and said indifferently, "So can you give me the bento box? If possible, I want to have a good meal before I die." With the dense air wall, the countless black iron coffins broke through the shell's interception and slammed into the colony's fortress. In the beginning, everyone thought that they were USN missiles, or something similar. However, the expected explosion did not occur. In the next second, their cognition was completely subverted by the action of this thing. A series of white mist-like air columns sprayed out, and the iron coffins started to move as if they had come to life. The cracked armor surface started to move around. It formed into steel legs and arms and a black automatic rifle in its hands. In the center of the rectangular shape, the eyepiece on its head flashed with a daunting red light. The air battle had yet to be decided, and the bloody ground battle kicked off. Enemy units have landed. Everyone follow me. At the moment when Jiang Wei saw the team of mechanical soldiers wake up, he pressed the communication button on his helmet and swung his steel-covered fist to the entrance of the air defense shelter. Without any hesitation, the 120 kinetic skeleton soldiers behind him stood up from their seats, followed him, and ran out of the air defense bunker. Ground combat began the moment the NS-90s landed, and the first wave to engage in combat were NAC-hired mercenaries. When Jiang Wei brought his comrades to the battlefield, the front court of the fortress was already in complete chaos. "Protect our air defense. Follow me." Jiang Wei, equipped with a power armor and a Gauss rifle, shouted at the top of his lung. He took the lead and started the vortex engine behind him, then jumped to the top of the fortress. After 2 trots, he leaned heavily behind a concrete cover. Except for those intercepted by the shells, a total of 470 robots landed throughout the fortress. From the beginning, these iron machines were directed at the NAC's air defense system, so after they landed, they completely disregarded the soldiers that attempted to stop them. Instead, they rushed to the electromagnetic rapid-fire guns and laser defense weapons. However, these Americans obviously underestimated the combat effectiveness of the NAC ground forces, or the earlier invasion of Outpost Town made them overestimate their combat effectiveness. Those mechanical soldiers controlled by AI quickly paid the price for their hasty behavior. Normal rifle bullets could hardly hurt them. However, after several rounds of upgrades, at least half of the soldiers in the NAC army were now equipped with advanced Gauss rifles, as well as the second-generation anti-armor rocket launcher produced by the 27th Research Institute, poisonous python. The first few robots that rushed out were turned into scrap by the bullets. Dragging its white tail flames, a rocket burst out from behind cover. When it smashed into a robot soldier, the metal sparks directly appeared from its back and turned its body full of mechanical beauty into a pile of scrap iron gushing with sparks. However, AI was AI after all. After the AI realized the fierce firepower of the NAC soldiers, they immediately adjusted their original offensive strategy and returned behind cover. They changed their aggressive tactics into a conservative pushing strategy. As these robot soldiers took cover, the battle that favored NAC once again turned into a stalemate. Bullets flew in the open space of the fortress, and the flames of the explosion dotted the battlefield from time to time. Robot soldiers were constantly being turned into scrap metals. NAC soldiers, North America mercenaries, were also shot down in the fray. NAC's drone attack group had plowed the battlefield countless times, but the small-caliber ammunition with insufficient penetration power did not cause damage to too many robot soldiers. Instead, countless drones were smashed down. Fu*K. What the he*L are these iron things? The soldier who was crouching behind cover pulled down the trigger with all his strength. He stared in disbelief at the robot that was dodging bullet while firing back. Even when he compared it to the cyborg army that he encountered in Shanghai, it was the first time he saw just agile robots. If it weren't for the unusual shape of its head, he would almost treat it as a living human soldier. The battle was in a precarious state. Just as the NAC soldiers were forced to shrink their defensive position, a team of power armors suddenly entered the battlefield from the flank. Many silver-white N-100 power armors stood on the top of the building, and the long and thick Type 57 electromagnetic pulse cannons in their hands were shining with dazzling white light. After an immeasurable amount of mass shells blasted into the battlefield, with the help of the Shooting Assistance Program, they all hit their target without exception. Each shot blasted the side armor of the robot soldiers into fragments. The robot soldiers were caught off guard. They were about to enter the fortress, but because of this sudden flank attack, they were forced to abandon the grounds they gained and retreated to their original landing spots. It's our power armor brigade. Fu*K, I was wondering where these damn things went. They were waiting there. Ha 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 ha. The original depressed morale of the frontline troops instantly rose to its peak again. The addition of the Power Armor Brigade immediately reversed their losing momentum. Under the cover of infantry firepower, they launched a final assault on the USN position from the side. Although only a dozen robot soldiers were still holding on, there was no suspense to the outcome of the ground battle. For NAC, victory would only be a matter of time. The victory and defeat of the battle on the ground had been determined, and the air battle in the distance had also come to an end. The generation gap in equipment was difficult to overcome with just quantity. NAC's flight squadron fulfilled their final mission and fought until the last fighter had fallen. They spared no effort to preserve the air supremacy until the end of the ground battle. The ground-air defense firepower returned to normal, and the laser defense and shells once again closed the airspace off. The 9 remaining wings of freedom slowly arrived. They circled the air defense zone for a while and coveted the massive figure of AS order. After some trade-off assessments, they finally gave up. With engine output set to maximum, they retreated in the direction they came from. This sudden encounter finally ended with NAC's victory. However, this victory was not easy for the expeditionary force. On the USS Obama, inside the bridge, several men in military uniforms stood in a row with their heads down. A man in a suit stood in front of them. The man's face was flushed because of anger as he scolded the people in front of him. 527 NS-90s, what do you fools even do? And you Fu*King told me that you seized air supremacy, and we can pop the champagne and wait for NAC to collapse? Fu*K. Tyrese, you Fu*King tell me how you lost this war when they lost air supremacy. Sean Luke, honorary captain of the USS Obama, was also the president of the Federation. However, the current Federation possessed only one aircraft carrier, a few destroyers left from the post-war period, and hundreds of large and small cargo ships, and a port in Central America. When Sean learned that they lost the battle, he could hardly believe what he heard from his ears. Because before the start of this war, his people from the Joint Chiefs of Staff had full confidence during the battle evaluation. They stated how long it would take for the Wings of Freedom to disintegrate NAC's air defense force, how long it would take to down the NAC airship, and then cooperate with the NS-90s that landed to take down the ground force. But now, the report he received not only told him that the 527 NS-90s were completely scrapped, but they even lost 5 F-79s. As for the airship order, they didn't even manage to make a dent in it. 527 NS-90s could allow them to run their assembly line in Panama at maximum production capacity for a whole year. Even in the scenario where they possessed excessive supplies. The loss of so many dear robots made his heart bleed. His chest was violently pumping up and down, and Sean's bloodshot eyes stared at the man named Tyrese while he waited for him to give a reasonable explanation. The first time we invaded the outpost was too smooth, which led to our inadequate judgment of NAC's strength. After Tyrese swallowed down the lump in his throat, he cleared his throat and was forced to provide an explanation. To our surprise, their ground-air defense was adequate. And those N-100s. Originally, we thought they were wearing a type of power armor called T-3. Just give me another chance, and let you scrap the rest of the NS-90s. This explanation obviously did not please Sean, and he was so angry that he started to laugh. His eyes were fixated on Tyrese, and he said word by word, "Major Tyrese, your decision has caused a huge loss to the American revival plan. I declare in the name of the Federation that you are now suspended." Yes. Tyrese lowered his head and forced out the word. The afterglow near the sunset had completely disappeared, and the sunset on the horizon had returned to calmness again. NAC engineers trotted up to the top of the building with their toolbox and began to repair the damaged electromagnetic anti-aircraft guns and replace the defective parts. The residents of the colony left the shelter and returned to the surface. When they saw the daunting shell and bullet marks on the walls, they were silent. The front door of the fortress was open, and the originally flat concrete road was now filled with fragmented concrete blocks and black craters. Medics set up temporary tents. The wounded and bandages were put on stretchers and sent to the medical cabin for tissue repair treatment, while the slightly injured soldiers went to the medical tents alone to receive bandaging and medication. Scrapped NS-90s were scattered everywhere. Occasionally, a few scrapped robot soldiers would shake their heads, unwilling to stop functioning. It was not until their nuclear fusion core was removed did they finally stop. Scavengers in chemical protective clothing collected the destroyed nuclear fusion cores and other parts with excessive radiation levels. After all the parts were collected and gathered together, they were escorted by NAC soldiers to the temporary research institute set up, and the researchers who traveled with the expeditionary force disassembled and analyzed the pieces. Many people did not sleep that night. The field researchers especially worked tirelessly in the temporary research institute as they carried a heavy burden. The sooner they could identify their enemy's weakness, the more advantageous it would be for NAC. Everyone worked hard at their posts. They untiringly surrounded the pile of NS-90 wreckage while they completed different experiments and analyses. However, facts proved the difference between scientific research and manual labor. The input and reward may not always be proportional for research. This doesn't work. A researcher dropped the cutter aside, squeezed his weary brows, and shook his head. The combat components and power system are not sophisticated at all, but the digital sensors and identification chips are two things I can't analyze at all. The environment here is too crude. We can only send the components back to Fallout Shelter 027. Is there no similar technology in Pan-Asia cooperation? Jiang Chen slightly frowned. Different tactical concepts create different scientific research directions. The researcher shook his head. We have always emphasized the importance of humans in the research and development of military technology. A soldier with a kinetic skeleton while working with a drone will only have a better price/performance ratio compared to a pure AI soldier. If it is in the field of kinetic skeletons, tanks, and urban defense systems, our technology is far superior. But in terms of robotics, we lag behind. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly after the researcher finished speaking. Therefore, it was not a big loss for Aurora 20 to achieve such results. However, whenever he thought about the squadron, he felt pain. Not only because of the cost of the 24 Aurora 20s itself but also because of the pilots. Rather, those pilots were the real treasure. After all, to become a pilot of the Aurora 20, the first requirement was that the first genetic code must be bullet time. It was precisely because of the particularity of the hidden genetic code that allowed them to have infinite possibilities beyond electronic pilots. God, what happened here while we were away? Matthew jumped off the truck and dumbfoundedly stared at the bullet marks on the concrete wall, not knowing what to say. At the front entrance of the fortress, Matthew, who returned to the fallout shelter with the colony's mercenaries, finally returned to the fortress with a few large trucks of equipment. Sitting on the edge of the truck, Jessica glanced at the dark explosive marks outside the fortress, and secretly thought of pity, but did not dare to make it too obvious. If the people of NAC were wiped out, she would naturally be free. But in reality, it was just her wishful thinking. Your God is fine, it's just our fortress that experienced some complications. Jiang Chen smiled as he walked to Matthew and said in a relaxed tone, let's talk inside. On the way, he briefly recounted what had happened to Matthew. From sounding the air defense alarm to the final outcome of the war. Even if Jiang Chen didn't tell him these things, he would have learned this information when he returned to his compatriots in the refuge. But what Jiang Chen didn't expect was that when he heard the name NS-90, Matthew was obviously taken aback. NS-90? What? Have you heard of it? Jiang Chen looked at him with surprise. Not only have I heard of it, Matthew said without hesitation, the person who designed the NS-90 is in our fallout shelter. Chapter 1409 Anti-America Pact. U-17 was the name of Matthew's fallout shelter. It was located in the desert at the junction of Nevada and California. Fallout shelters in North America were different compared to those in Pan-Asia. 80% of fallout shelters were funded by insurance companies or other financial institutions, as well as built under private names. For most private fallout shelters, the amount of money spent when subscribing to the eligibility for admission directly determined the quality of life after moving into the fallout shelter. Some private shelters were contracted by large companies and were provided to the company's core employees as employee benefits. The U-17 fallout shelter was the latter. As the design company of NS-90, the wealthy Masanti Military Industry Group had subscribed for doomsday insurance for almost every employee, and the 19 shelters were scattered throughout the Nevada desert. As the supervisor of the fallout shelter, Matthew naturally was aware of the details of his residence. When Jiang Chen said the name NS-90, he immediately thought of the researchers in his fallout shelter who had participated in the design of the NS-90. The word America was too far away for him, but NAC instead was their savior. If Jiang Chen needed help, he certainly wouldn't be stingy to offer help. That's great. Can I borrow your researcher? Of course, I will pay you at a reasonable price, Jiang Chen said. I'll talk to them for you, but I think this shouldn't be a big deal. Matthew waved his hand. You don't have to pay anything. This little favor is not enough to pay the favors we owe you. If you really insist, can you pay these researchers a salary? But for a world that has become like this, what is the meaning of money? Although Matthew declined the payment, Jiang Chen still sent them a batch of supplies as their reward. Jiang Chen was confident that with the involvement of these 20 or so Masanti researchers, it would only be a matter of time before they fully understood NS-90's technology. In the early morning of the next day, a group of guests were greeted at the gate of the fort. To be precise, it was a group of guests who belonged to two different forces. The envoys sent by Li Wang to Liberty City and Steel City did not disappoint the general's trust. They successfully persuaded the leaders of the National Guard and the Minutemen. Even if they did not sign the pact on the spot, at least they gained enough interest. They returned to Outpost Town with the NAC envoys. Jiang Chen saw the two representatives from the National Guard and Minutemen at the gate. "It's nice to meet you, distinguished Mr. Jiang Chen, my name is Barry Clive." The red-haired man shook Jiang Chen's hand. "On behalf of the militia organization on the West Coast, we bring you our regards. Russell Gilbert, National Guard Sergeant." Another man in a power armor looked rather serious and nodded. "The polite greetings are unnecessary. Frankly speaking, we are very interested in the pact you proposed. Steel City will not accept the rule of anyone, whether it is Great America, the British Empire, or the native Indian Kingdom. But there is one thing we must be clear about." "That's right," the red-haired Barry nodded, "if turning off the weather weapon is also one of your goals." Jiang Chen immediately understood what he meant, so he laughed and addressed the concerns of the two guests. "You can rest assured that although the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center is also one of our goals, we do not intend to turn it off. We only intend to make some minor adjustments to its climate guidance program. On the issue of weather weapons, our interests are exactly aligned. No one enjoyed nuclear winters, and the National Guard and the Minutemen were no exception. If the price of driving away the United States was the spring on the West Coast, they would have to carefully weigh the pros and cons between the two. How do you plan to address it?" Russell Gilbert asked without showing his true emotion. "For example, we can transfer the climate disasters on the West Coast and the Pan-Asian East Coast to inland North America and the East Coast east of the Rocky Mountains, or we can simply throw all the trouble to South America, south of Panama, or even across the Atlantic Ocean to Europe." Jiang Chen revealed a sly grin and then continued, "If you are willing to accept our proposal, we are even willing to share the energy expenditure of the weather weapon with you. If I am not mistaken, running this weather weapon does require a lot of energy." Russell and Barry looked at each other, exchanged opinions briefly with their eyes, and finally accepted Jiang Chen's proposal. At the invitation of Jiang Chen, the two came to the office in the governor's mansion and drafted the pact on the spot. Russell and Barry carefully reviewed the terms, and after they confirmed, as representatives of the National Guard and the Minutemen, they signed their names at the end of the draft. The revised pact was not too different from the original one. The only exception being a few terms added at the end. First of all, after they controlled the weather weapon, both the east coast of Pan-Asia and the west coast of North America would be included in the area of climate protection, and climate disasters would be transferred to the Mediterranean and Central Africa. As an outsider, NAC would bear 60% of the energy expenditure of the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center, and the Minutemen and the National Guard would each bear 20%. In exchange, the two major forces would introduce NAC's credit point system, and 6th Street Bank would help to establish a credit point payment network. From the date of signing the agreement, the currency settlement of trade between Liberty City, Steel City, and NAC Outpost Town would be conducted using credit points. When determining the NAC's policy on North American survivors, Jiang Chen discussed with Chu Nan and Han Junhua extensively before he had set off. After careful consideration, he finally decided to employ a strategy that starts with trade and use indirect influence instead of direct intervention. After all, for him, the only things that truly intrigued him in North America were the pre-war technologies buried under the rubble. And these things could be obtained through trade, as long as he or the 6th Street merchants clearly showed an interest in these things. 2,000 Minutemen Rangers, and 1,000 National Guard pioneers would participate in this war to fight against the invasion of the United States. When the pact was signed, Barry and Russell left one after another. After Jiang Chen sent the two representatives to the door, he handed both two gifts: teas and cigars. While Jiang Chen looked at their surprised expression and smiled. The cigars produced in Colombia are as authentic as the ones before the war. I thank you for the gifts on behalf of Mr. Eddie. Russell sincerely accepted the gifts while internally, he was shocked. Not because of NAC's financial resources, but because of the message Jiang Chen revealed in this short sentence. Does NAC also have colonies in South America? Russell was uncertain, but if it was true, then the strength of these Asians was terrifying. With a grin, Jiang Chen watched those two people leave. Then, he returned back to the governor's mansion. Looking at the signatures at the bottom of the document, and the title Anti-American Alliance at the top, he couldn't help but feel a little amused. The North American National Guard and the post-war militia teamed up with foreign colonists to fight against the USN, which was attempting to revive the United States. Regardless of objective factors, this pact seemed peculiar. But no matter what, they were now on the same side. You want to revive America? The soldiers on USS Obama's first opponent will not be the NAC, but their future citizens. A combat meeting against the USN was held in the temporary command post. The meeting was chaired by General Jiang Chen, and all the senior officers of the Expeditionary Army attended this meeting without exception. The topics discussed not only included plans to counteract USN's air superiority and how they would deal with the difficult NS-90 robots, but also the most fundamental and most urgent problem: where are they? The chip on Governor Zhou's body can send signals. As long as we get within a certain range, we can locate his coordinates, an officer suggested. The problem is that they are at sea and we have no air superiority. How do we search for them? How about releasing high-altitude drones? As long as they are not blind, none of our drones will even get close, then search from below the sea level. Jiang Chen interrupted the argument around the conference table and tapped on the table with a finger to signal everyone to be silent. Immediately afterward, he looked at the guard's captain next to him, and ordered in an absolute tone, "Contact the Beluga station and let them be in charge of the search. We will provide the chip's frequency. As long as they can lock onto the position of the USN fleet, we will immediately pay them 10,000 credits. If they can bring Zhou Guoping back, I will pay 100,000. Many people's eyes lit up when they heard the general's words. They didn't think they could use Beluga Station to locate the USN fleet. Some people certainly considered this possibility, but they were hesitant to propose this idea. After all, NAC was developing its own navy, and the plan was to gradually recover the protection service from Wanghai to Yingzhou, and North America from Beluga Station. It was in direct conflict with their interests, and the relationship between the two parties was in a precarious state. But unlike these officers, as the general, Jiang Chen could see the situation clearly. The friction between the NAC and Beluga Station on the issue of sea power could only be regarded as competition and not confrontation. As long as NAC was willing to make certain concessions, the other side would certainly be willing to help. Also, 10,000 credit points were enough to buy a whole truck of rice produced in the Garden of Eden. Roger. Zheng Shanhan nodded and left the conference room. The meeting continued, and then more than a dozen officers discussed and formulated a detailed combat plan against the USN. Given the topic required professional knowledge, Jiang Chen didn't interrupt the meeting. Instead, Li Wang presided over this portion of the meeting. After the meeting, Jiang Chen asked Li Wang to stay. Are the National Guard and the Minutemen's troops here? While Jiang Chen put away the minutes of the meeting, he looked at Li Wang. They arrived this morning, Li Wang nodded and reported to him. I marked a place for them 2 kilometers east of Outpost Town, which was originally zoned as a newly developed residential area. Until this war is over, they will be stationed there and fight with us together. Very good. Jiang Chen nodded. Where is the reinforcement fleet? How long will it take to reach the west coast? A week at the latest and maybe 4 days at the earliest, Li Wang said. Jiang Chen nodded, looked at Li Wang, and continued. I have another mission. Please go ahead. Li Wang respectfully said. Jiang Chen did not speak, but directly opened his watch, tapped a few buttons on the holographic screen, and a map of the Nevada desert appeared in front of them. This is, when Li Wang looked at the map and the red area in the center of the map, he frowned slightly. This area is located east of Las Vegas, and the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center is nearby. Jiang Chen continued as he focused on Li Wang. Send a power armor team there and I'll recommend a guide for you. You have only one task, and that is to find the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center and control it. Inside the cold and humid room of the dungeon of Outpost Town, Black Skull's hands and feet were chained down by shackles. He laid on the bed lethargically as he zoned out, staring at the outlines of the ceiling. Perhaps it was because he was very cooperative when he explained the whole story. The sensible NAC did not shoot him. Instead, NAC threw him into the dungeon. Every day, 2 tubes of nutrient supplies were tossed in from the small window while he rotted away in here. Sometimes he really thought that it would be better to end himself here instead of staring at the dark ceiling. But now, he heard footsteps from outside the door. Is it time for food? Black Skull murmured in his mind and thought that the interval between the 2 meals was a bit short. Just as he was about to get up and walk to the door, the black iron door suddenly opened slowly. He stared blankly at the ray of light that leaked through the crack of the door. For some reason, he felt an excitement that made him want to cry. The soldier who appeared at the door ignored the expression on his face, flipped through the list in his hand, and glanced at him emotionlessly. Black Skull. Yes. After he swallowed, Black Skull nodded vigorously. It's me, what's wrong? A certain NAC unit is about to go to the desert for a mission. It needs a guide who is familiar with the Nevada desert. Without any nonsense, the soldier closed the list, threw it on the side table, and concisely said, "You now have an atonement. Even the opportunity for meritorious service, whether you can grasp it depends on your own performance." No problem. I got it. Black Skull exulted. I have lived in the Nevada desert for more than 10 years, I can even walk to Las Vegas with my eyes closed. As long as he could get out, he was willing to do anything. Even if he had to fight a death claw, he would not even frown for a single second. The days inside the dark room was inhumane. In that dark, cold and humid environment, even a determined person would go crazy after a while. The soldier nodded, and said to the guard next to him, "Give him this collar. You can release the shackles." After he put on the electronic collar, the feeling of explosives hanging around his neck made Black Skull quite uncomfortable, but he also knew that he had no choice. He followed the soldier to an office where a high-ranking officer sat. As for how Black Skull determined his ranking, it was from the night medal that hung in front of his chest. The target we are searching for is the West Coast Meteorological Monitoring Center. The only information now is that it may appear in the eastern desert of Las Vegas, about 200 meters deep underground. To put it bluntly, even though it is called the Meteorology Monitoring Center, it is actually a pre-war military facility. The officer then paused, looked at the black predator in front of him, and continued to speak. "I'll just say that as long as you can bring us there, all your crimes will be forgiven. Based on how long it will take you to complete this mission, we may even pay out a hefty reward."